What occurs then? To show it in a more graphic manner, we can say that the conscious subject, which was in full apperception of the fantasy, suddenly finds that the image has come alive and has become independent of its will. That is to say, the symbol, which represents the myth, turns into its active personification, it threatens to unfold and phagocytize the subject, and the subject, which does not notice the transition between fantasy and myth, experiences the eternal situation of the creator whose work escapes his control and becomes individualized. A similar situation has been projected into 1,000 literary works, from the masters who illuminate and shape the minds of disciples, who then become independent and betray their masters, even those primitive gods whose creatures, be they clay men or angels, reveal themselves and empt to dispute their power. But, in truth, stripping the phenomenon of any mythical argument, i.e., of cultural crusts, it can be seen that the creature-creator opposition has its origin in the dramatic tension between the sacred symbol and the conscious subject. A fantasy, an unreal object, the existence of which depends on the will of the subject, becomes autonomous in an instant and dangerously threatens to overpower the will of the subject. What has actually happened? That the conscious subject does not notice the substitution of the fantasy for the myth and believes to witness the same phenomenon in its processal continuity. But the fantasy, the object produced by the conscious subject, has effectively ceased to intervene in the phenomenon from the instant the sacred symbol emerged in the light sphere. And it turns out, in the end, that the subject is the victim of a deception. It is not the creator, much less the creator of the monster that empts to devour it. The falsification, as we saw, has been carried out by the sacred symbol. If there is a culprit of the deception, he is undoubtedly here, behind the sacred symbol. But what is a sacred symbol? Not only the representation of the myth but the terminus of a procession of forms that starts in the universal archetype, which is, as we know, sustained by the will of the demiurge. Here is the culprit behind the sacred symbol, myth or archetypal symbol, inverted archetype, demiurgic design, universal archetypes, the one demiurge. At the beginning of the archetypal series, encouraging the development of the sacred symbol, is the demiurge. Why? For what? Answer: the demiurge has foreseen, in his plan, the activity that the sacred symbols will unfold in the microcosm, and it is in his interest that such symbols manifest themselves to the conscious subject. Of course, this answer can only mean one thing: the sacred symbols must contribute to concretizing the microcosmic objective of the finality. How? By granting the conscious subject the possibility of overcoming the crisis. The possibility of using the sacred symbol as a metaphysical bridge over the abyss of the crisis will also be presented in the next article. The important thing now is to comprehend that the sacred symbols, from the moment in which the emergence takes place, transcend the physical plane of the microcosm and participate in the metaphysical plane of the macrocosm. This metaphysical participation signifies that the sacred symbol represents both the myth, or archetypal symbol, structured in the schema of the microcosm, and a psychoid archetype of the macrocosm. Its truth is a transcendent truth. But why is such transcendence only possible when the sacred symbol emerges, i.e., when it becomes conscious, and not before? Answer: because only then, when there is a sacred symbol, representation of a myth, is it the case that an archetypal symbol, situated at the beginning of the formative scale of the design, is energetically activated separately. By actualizing the sacred symbol, a link in the chain is unhooked, but such a link can only separately exist if it participates in and is sustained by a universal archetype. We have seen that the myth can phagocytize the cultural subject as long as it is in its schematic context and as long as the subject manifests volitive weakness, but if the subject withdraws to its habitual context, the myth means nothing. The subject could even ignore all its life, and this is the most common thing, the existence of structured myths. But, if a myth is represented outside of its context, it is equivalent to separating the first link of an evolutive chain that goes from the universal archetype to the entity, i.e., it is equivalent to actualizing in the microcosm a universal archetype at the first instant of its evolutive unfolding. So the sacred symbol, by emerging from the light sphere and substituting the fantasy as the object of apperception of the conscious subject, is pulling the conscious subject not into mere contact with schematic myth but with a universal archetype, and, through it, with the demiurge. It is true then that every sacred symbol, whatever its sign, from the complex Olympian's use to the abstract cross, represents the God of the universe, the One, the cosmic demiurge, the sacred symbol, in a metaphysical undercurrent that one must transcend, participates, or is the revealed manifestation, of the will of the One. The will of the demiurge, present behind the sacred symbols, explains why his appearance in front of the conscious subject never causes a madness of the type described as first phenomenon. Here, on the contrary of a formal regression to the primitive world of myth, there is the danger of converting the self into a representative of God on earth, a prophet, a divine envoy, a social reformer, a hero, a man of destiny, etc., i.e., there is the danger that the anemic subject identifies itself with a collective function and ceases to evolve as an individual. Such is the danger that the conscious subject runs if it is phagocytized by the sacred symbol, but in this case it is a legal madness, necessary for the micro and macrocosmic objectives of the Pussu's finality. This will be demonstrated in the second part, although it is convenient to advance that for the Virya, whose declared interest consists in liberating his Hyperborean spirit, there is no greater danger than the identification of the subject with a collective myth. In his case it in truth implies some kind of mental disorder, from the dissolution of the conscious subject to its schizophrenic fragmentation. We cannot finish this article without mentioning the Pussu of our example. His fantasy of the winged fish turned, suddenly, into an autonomous fish god. From that fact the attitude of the Pussu will be typical: either it will identify himself with the myth and will become, for the community, its living representative, or he will worship it, without identifying completely, and will be transformed into its prophet. In the La-Hashir case, it will reveal to the community the sacred symbol of the fish god expressing its sign, and, to the extent that the members of the community introject the sign and access the sacred symbol, in contact with the myth will reign not inside but outside, as myth, i.e., as a psychoid archetype. Of course, by worshipping the myth, the fish god, Dagon, the community actually worships the demiurge, the one god, complying with its macrocosmic finality. Complementary commentaries on the myth and sacred symbol 1. Autonomous behavior of the myth when the effective reference of a sacred symbol is of a very large magnitude. Case, it determines the reference to self to deviate from the threshold of consciousness and to direct itself to the affective sphere. Then the symbol does not emerge in the light sphere, in front of the conscious subject, just as it has been supposed in the previous article, and two cases can occur: that the sacred symbol leaves the shadow sphere and penetrates into the affective sphere, comes the domain of the affective subject, which is absolutely irrational. The evolutive anemic subject, in any of its structural manifestations, reason, cultural, conscious, will always be powerless to operate on a symbol situated in the heart, and even more so if the irrational subject has identified with it. The Pussu experiences, thus, a kind of irrational dependence toward the essence of the sacred symbol, i.e., toward what the La-Hashir represents and expresses. This case constitutes one of the principles of the psychosocial strategy and, as such, has been amply exploited by the Synarchy of all times to exert a control through the heart of the masses. The great organized religions, for example, use this principle to dominate, by means of cordial sacred symbols, concordant with the macrocosmic objective, their parishioners, and these irrationally respond, but in a strategically foreseeable manner. Apart from the general dependence on sacred symbols, political, religious, etc., the first case also explains important particular situations. For example, the vulgar falling in love of the Pussu, not to be confused with the amour of the Siddhas and Viryas, has its origin in a sacred symbol, that of the archetypal woman, the anima of C.G. Jung, which has been installed in the heart and vitalized with energy of the irrational subject. Falling in love occurs when the Pussu unconsciously projects, on a certain woman, the symbol of the anima and then recognizes it, introjects it, identified with the woman of flesh. The Pussu believes, thus, to have discovered the ideal woman materialized. A classical phenomenon then happens: the evolutive anemic subject is efficient to rationally act in every situation except that in which the beloved of flesh intervenes. In this last case, in front of the beloved woman, the volitive innovation of the evolutive anemic subject is produced and the conduct of the pussy becomes ruled by the irrational determinations of the heart. Second case, if the sacred symbol remains in the shadow sphere, i.e., in the unconscious, as an autonomous representative of a myth, it can only occur because it has been sustained by an irrational subject, be it that of the heart or any other. This case must be considered as if the soul, in addition to the evolutive anemic subject, manifested itself in the sacred symbol and individually animated it. Let us recall that something similar occurs with the chakras, which are also very complex symbols where the soul manifests itself in a plurality of irrational subjects. The difference lies in that the chakras form the astral structure of the microcosm, i.e., they are linked, interlinked, and the sacred symbols, on the contrary, have relative autonomy in the conscious sphere. Naturally, a sacred symbol in the shadow sphere, animated by an irrational subject, can only be a source of psychic, volitive, psychic perturbations, etc. It is beyond the cultural subject, which is blind to images, does not possess the faculty to imagine, but closer to the conscious subject because it remains hidden in the shadow sphere as a living myth, as a true interior demon, even if it is only the autonomous representation of a myth. Always lying in wait for the evolutive anemic subject, it will try to dominate it and take control of the microcosm, and there will be no way to prevent it because its behavior will be absolutely irrational. It will emerge in dreams or in wakefulness, or it will unconsciously obsess the subject, but in all cases it will cause some degree of neurosis. Let us say, lastly, that many irrationally animated sacred symbols, like those in the second case, are usually reduced by psychoanalysis. 2. Energetic study of the emergence of the sacred symbol. Let us now consider the case in which the sacred symbol effectively emerges in front of the conscious subject, in a manner similar to the eye symbol in Figure 21. In a manner similar but not the same, because every sacred symbol is characterized by a quality that the homologous symbols of habitual concepts, such as I, do not possess. And that quality is the following: the level of energetic stabilization, psi of every sacred symbol is that which corresponds to the maximum energy. For this explanation we refer to what was said in the 13th commentary of Article F. There it was seen that every symbol that crosses the threshold of consciousness effectuates an energetic transition between a minimum level and a maximum level. At the exact level of the threshold of consciousness the energy is zero. Well, the maximum level of energy is the closest to the threshold of consciousness, and at that level, slightly above, is situated every sacred symbol. In order to visualize the phenomenon, let us remember that the threshold of consciousness is analogous to a liquid surface, such as a lake or the sea. The maximum energy with which a sacred symbol manifests itself in the light sphere is equivalent, not to a flying fish that emerges and gains a certain height and then submerges again, an analogy that reaches every non-sacred symbol or conscious representation, but rather to something that floats, a piece of wood, for example, the form of which has suddenly become evident, before our eyes, clearly standing out on a liquid surface. Let us remember that the transit of a symbol is comprised of an emergence, up to, psi, and a process, starting from psi, at the emergence concludes and the entelecheial process begins. For such a reason the analogical figure for the sacred symbol, at the level of energetic stability, psi, corresponds to something that floats, i.e., to a static example. In the second part we will see that to the process of the sacred symbol corresponds the analogical figure of a balloon that inflates, i.e., a dynamic example. The important thing is to comprehend that when the sacred symbol emerges with maximum energy it does not possess active potency, i.e., it is all action, actus purus, like a god. That is why when it bursts with great clarity in front of the vision of the conscious subject, its light ends up being blinding and irresistible. And the perplexity that such an appearance causes in the subject is taken advantage of by the myth in order to initiate its entelecheial process, but this phase of the phenomenon will be studied in the second part. In the previous article we considered, as an example, the case in which a sacred symbol spontaneously emerges as an effect of the apperception of a certain fantasy. We saw there that the symbol, initially, superimposes itself on the fantasy in order to then definitively substitute it for the objectivity of the conscious subject. But now we know that every sacred symbol manifests itself in the light sphere with maximum energy, just emerging from the threshold of consciousness, and we ask ourselves, how does such a superimposition occur if, for example, the I symbol of the fantasy is on a different energy level than the sacred symbol? Answer: the fantasy moved toward the sacred symbol until confusing itself with it. For this purpose it receives energy from the sacred symbol, which behaves, for the symbol, as an effective dominant subject. However, the conscious subject never manages to note such a movement because it occurs in front of its horizon of vision. In order to analogically explain it, let us suppose that, while we observe a child, the clouds part and the sun rises right behind him, in such a way that we only perceive a violent resplendence that blinds us and we can no longer distinguish his figure. Well, it will then be useless for the child to swear to us that, during the phenomenon, he moved several steps backward. We will not have noticed it, confused as he was, the child with the sun. In a similar way, the fantasy steps back in front of the subject's eidetic vision until it becomes confused with the sacred symbol, producing the illusion that it is itself that will suddenly become luminous and animated. Sacred symbol and Hyperborean metaphysics. Metaphysics is the science of which objective knowledge is the being of the entity. If we recall that in the section Finality and Suprafinality it was stated that in every physical, exterior entity there is a being in itself, or universal archetype, and a being form or design, we will understand the acceptability of the denomination metaphysics with which we qualify this first part, since the design constitutes its most important object of study. However, the Hyperborean wisdom grants the word metaphysics a more specific and transcendental meaning than the mere study of the demiurgic design, although this last task is what the traditional metaphysics has been effectively carrying out. To avoid confusion, we will define Hyperborean metaphysics as that science of which objective knowledge is the sacred symbols. In consequence, every sacred symbol is the representation of a metaphysical truth. However, the definition will not be complete if we do not point out its principal condition: the sacred symbols that emerge through the threshold of consciousness and confront the conscious subject, case, are only considered metaphysical objects. If one meditates a Lehashlan on this condition, one will see that it makes of the Hyperborean metaphysics a science proper to the light sphere, i.e., a science of the consciousness. But one should not be confused. The fact that such a science is proper to the light sphere does not imply that its scope of observation is exclusively the light sphere. We did not say its object of knowledge is the light sphere, but its object of knowledge are the sacred symbols that emerge in the light sphere. What is the difference? That, as stated in Article H, a sacred symbol is not only the representation of the myth, but the terminus of a procession of forms that starts in the universal archetype, which is, as we know, sustained by the will of the demiurge. That is to say, that a sacred symbol, having been separated from the structure of the design, actively participates in a universal archetype. Hyperborean metaphysics, then, is a science proper to the light sphere but of which object of knowledge, the sacred symbol, makes possible the transcendence of the microcosm because it extends its scope of observation to the archetypal plane of the macrocosm. Of course, Hyperborean metaphysics can only be practiced by Viryas and Siddhas, since nothing akin to the knowledge of the universal archetypes is permihashed to the Pasu. If here we have advanced its definition, before studying what a Virya and a Siddha are, it is because it is convenient for us to give the explanation as a corollary of the previous articles on the myth and the sacred symbol. In truth, it is only in the second part that the Hyperborean metaphysics of the sacred symbol will be expounded and applied. But, if the Pasu is forbidden the possibility of transcending the sacred symbols, what is the meaning of its appearance? Why has the demiurge planned its emergence? Answer: for an operative motive. It is the demiurge, through the universal archetypes, who proposes to operate on the Pasu at determinate moments of its history, And such an operation is possible because the universal archetypes manifest themselves in the sacred symbols and the Lahasher participate in the former. Tural subject has a sensitive impression and the conscious subject has perceived it as a conscious representation, i.e., as a sacred symbol emerging in the light sphere, or, also, the sacred symbol may have arisen from the superstructure of the exterior cultural fact and have been grasped as a discovery, etc. In any case, regardless of what influences the manner in which the sacred symbol has come to be known by the Pasu, the effective thing is that, by appearing in the light sphere, it will unfailingly participate in a psychoid archetype that will exert its action on the subject. Now, what are those determinate moments in the history of the Pasu in which the sacred symbols emerge that enable the operation of the psychoid archetypes, i.e., during which the will of the subject becomes dominated by a transcendent will, by a collective Pahashern of conduct? Answer: such moments proper to the history of the Pasu are moments of crisis. The sacred symbols have the function of bridging the crisis, relieving the evolutive anemic subject, the soul, for an instant or for a more prolonged time, from the control of the microcosm, but this occurs, naturally, when the subject lacks the will to impose itself on the entelecheial process of the sacred symbol. Precisely, moments of crisis are those in which the anemic subject is weakened, perhaps in despair, feeling that it is irremediably sinking into the darkness of an insurmountable situation. We can define crisis as the impossibility of the evolutive anemic subject to rationally reduce a concrete situation. In terms of the structural analogy, and considered that such an irreducible concrete situation is equivalent to an entity that traumatically impressions the sensorial sphere, the crisis is produced when the design is schematized in an extreme case, i.e., when the effective reference is of very great magnitude. In such a case, the reference to self, with which the active potency directs the representation upon the schema being experienced by the cultural subject, will be intensely emotional, irrational, oriented toward the heart. As a consequence, the representation of the traumatic entity, i.e., of the concrete situation, emerges very far from the conscious subject in the shadow sphere, which is perceived by the latter as not very clear, or it does not emerge at all and directly goes to the affective sphere and from there to the heart. It is then when the conscious subject appeals to its faculty to imagine in order to find the answer that reason denies it. But it is one thing to imagine, without any imposition, and another to make up for the incomprehensible with the imagination, forced by the concrete circumstance, by the pressure of the entity. Just as light does not arise from darkness, neither can a disturbed subject produce an enlightening image. What occurs is that, in front of the conscious subject, emerges a fantasy as incomprehensible as the concept of the traumatic entity, the representation of which has been diverted toward the heart. And that fantasy without meaning, when being apperceived by the conscious subject, i.e., when being rationalized, is that which finally triggers the phenomenon of the myth and the sacred symbol that we described in Article H, giving the image of the winged fish as an example. Of course, if, instead of its imagination, the pussy turns to a priest who tells him to meditate on this or that symbol or to pray to a deity, or resorts to any other similar procedure that has as its terminus the conscious subject in front of the sacred symbol, the result will be the same. A psychoid archetype will attempt to phagocytize the conscious subject and take control of the microcosm. In synthesis, the crisis is the effect that an unreasonable or directly irrational situation produces in the conscious subject. The Laer perceives, then, that the continuity of its history is broken, i.e., that the very thread of consciousness, of the sphere of consciousness, threatens to fracture. But the schema of self, the conscious sphere, cannot be broken without entailing madness or death. In every case the dissolution of consciousness comes about, the return to the fetal state. To bridge the abyss of the crisis, to unite the shores of history and allow the continuity of the historical subject, there are the sacred symbols. They participate in the psychoid archetypes and these manifest themselves in front of the subject in crisis. They phagocytize it, supplant it, and sustain the microcosm for the necessary time, and sometimes, when history requires it, permanently. Sacred symbols thus help to fulfill the objective of the Pasu's finality. The macrocosmic objective requires that the Pasu develop the historical subject, which can only occur if, conjointly, the conscious sphere, the history of the microcosm that consists in its permanent rationalization, is developed, but history cannot be interrupted, it must be continuous because it is a correlate of the continuous signification that fundaments rational thinking. Hence every fissure provoked by the crisis in the historical continuity of the microcosm is attenuated, softened, by the sacred symbol, i.e., transformed into a mere inflection point. The macrocosmic objective, on the other hand, demands the formation of a culture that preserves the meaning placed on the entities. That is why the Pasu evolves in socio-cultural communities that develop on the thread of a history. The crisis, then, can also be collective, an abyss, a fatal limit, sensed by all at once. As in consciousness, here too a definitive rupture cannot be produced without implying fragmentation or social dissolution. Naturally, this can only occur when the members of the community are volitively powerless to turn the course of history and are collectively headed for disaster. But in that case, when the present moment seems to present no continuity with the historical thread of a people's, when neither looking backward nor looking forward represent any orientation and only the reality of the abyss that opens at the feet seems to exist, in that case only the potency of a psychoid archetype, of a myth, will be able to construct the saving bridge. A leader, a priest, a prophet, a religion, a collective goal of any type, etc., are different forms of the miracle. And all these forms are nothing more than manifestations of the psychoid archetype, because the leader, the priest, the prophet, the legislator, the king, or any collective goal, are nothing more than sacred symbols personified or codified in a habitual language. Sacred symbols that actively participate in the myth and that make it possible for the myth to collectively take possession of the community, to take control and direct the course of history. Sometimes, in moments of social crisis, two or more psychoid archetypes present themselves as saviors, generating antagonistic groups within the same community or between culturally differentiated communities. Thus, it is not difficult for there to be an effective struggle for the predominance of a leader, a religion, a goal, etc. But this is not abnormal within the demiurge's plans and, on the contrary, it is part of his game. Because, pay attention to this principle, in Pasu communities, war is how archetypes resolve their conflict. This war, of course, has nothing to do with the essential war for the liberation of the spirit that Viryas and Siddhas wage against the synarchic hosts of the demiurge and his representatives of the chosen race. To finish, it is worth emphasizing that the sacred symbols never cease to fulfill their operative function in the consciousness or in the socio-cultural history of the Pasu. The conscious subject, if it is volitively weak, if it is abyssed by the crisis, will always be phagocytized by the sacred symbol, i.e., the Pasu will always identify itself with the myth. On the contrary, as will be studied in the second part, the enchainment of the Hyperborean spirit in the Pasu comes to alter that behavior, so that the Virya, for example, has the possibility of avoiding the dominion of the myth, and, even, that he inverts the meaning of the symbol and uses it as an object of knowledge. But what can be known by means of a sacred symbol, of the representation of a myth? Answer: the archetypal plane of the macrocosm, which constitutes, as long as it is accessible to the inquiry of the subject, the metaphysical orb par excellence. In fact, the sacred symbol, which we previously defined as analogous to something that floats, is in reality similar to an iceberg, of which the conscious subject only initially perceives 1/8 of its volume, the remaining 7/8 being submerged in the shadow sphere and, by participation, projecting itself to the archetypal plane, to the metaphysical heavens. Hyperborean metaphysics, which we defined at the beginning of this article, is the science that studies the manner of operating with the sacred symbols without being phagocytized by them. In the second part we will frequently refer to the concepts of the Hyperborean metaphysics. It will be there when it will become clear what is to be understood by metaphysical truth, of which, we said, the sacred symbol is its representation. Consciousness, transversal time A. The ontic autonomy of the current microcosm. The previous section functioning of the conscious sphere of the Pasu, cannot be complete without including a study on immanent time. However, due to its capital importance for the comprehension of the spiritual enchainment, we have preferred to treat this subject separately. Logically, it will be necessary to refer here to many previous articles and explanations, since time, which we will study last for reasons of methodology, in reality constitutes the fundament of consciousness, i.e., the basis on which rests much of what we have already seen. Let us begin, then, with the beginning, i.e., with the work of the demiurge. The pleasure of the demiurge, the good, consists in the permanent meaningful discovery of his work. For this purpose he has designated, along with the entelchial finality of the entities, a suprafinality destined to provide the meaningful discovery. But who is to make such a discovery, toward whom does the suprafinality point? Answer: toward an autonomous entity capable of discovering the design in every entity and placing, then, meaning on every entity, that is the finality of the animal man or Pasu. But that finality, to become an autonomous giver of meaning entity, the Pasu has to reach it also along evolution. In previous articles we have mentioned that the evolutive process of the Pasu was to culminate with the development of the conscious sphere, i.e., with the construction of a schema of self that acted as the seat of the conscious subject. This subject, for constituting the most elevated expression of the evolutive anemic subject, or soul, demands that the schema of self be as perfect as possible, that it completely reflects the structure of the microcosm. Only when the schema of self coincides, even in its smallest details, with the microcosm, which is equivalent to saying that the conscious subject is capable of thinking the microcosm, of rationally thinking itself, will it be possible to achieve the ontic autonomy proposed as the finality of the Pasu. For the sake of explanatory simplicity we divide the finality into two objectives: to achieve ontic autonomy and to be a giver of meaning. To the first we call microcosmic objective and to the second macrocosmic objective. In studying the microcosmic objective, for the same reasons of simplicity, we have exclusively referred to the culmination of the evolutive process of the Pasu, i.e., to the formation of the conscious sphere animated by the conscious subject, but, in a more rigorous consideration, meant of the evolutive plan with which the Manu archetype unfolds through man, taking the Pasu at any point of its evolution, i.e., at any formal phase of the evolutive plan. The microcosmic objective is always moving forward in the direction of evolution, pointing toward entelchi and, in effect, toward ontic autonomy. Having returned to the essentially evolutive direction that the microcosmic objective must express, we are going to concern ourselves with its ultimate finality, the ontic autonomy of the microcosm. We know, in fact, that the finality of the Pasu is an open possibility to becoming an autonomous entity, but what occurs when such a possibility is concretized? What does it mean to be an autonomous entity? We will give an answer, but it should not be believed that, by the fact of describing an entelchi, we are dealing with something non-existent. On the contrary, there are millions of people who have completed the evolutive plan of the Pasu and now, quietly, are serving the synarchy of the traitorous Siddhas, integrating the ranks of the white hierarchy. Such are, for example, the masters of wisdom who, for some centuries, politically operate in the West coming from Changshambhala. We need not insist too much, for it has already been sufficiently clarified, that the Pasu must fulfill a most important mission in the work of the demiurge. But, up to where this role, unique among the designated entities, is exceptional, will only become evident if we reflect on the possibility of autonomy that implies the concretion of its entelchial finality. In effect, any entity that culminates its process, even when it achieves supreme perfection, is nothing other than the expression of the universal archetypes. The Lahasha sustain it and manifest themselves in it, fulfilling the will of the demiurge. The entities subsist in transcendent time and in it fulfill their process, as everything in the world is successive, while the Pasu evolves, while its body is a potential microcosm. It is also successive in transcendent time and is permanently sustained by the Manu archetype. Then, it does not majorly differ from the remaining successive entities. However, this situation changes completely when the Pasu concretizes its entelchi and transforms itself into an actual microcosm. In such a case it acquires an exceptional, unique characteristic, which essentially differentiates it from every successive entity, i.e., it acquires ontic autonomy. This does not mean that the actual microcosm ceases to be sustained by the Manu archetype, but that, having a hash-aimed entelchi, the Pusu is the Manu archetype itself and, from then on, begins to exist as an autonomous entity. Let us briefly examine how the Pusu comes to convert itself into an autonomous entity. The Pusu, like every entity, has been designated by the demiurge, but, in inferior instances of its evolution, only the designs of external entities are revealed to its reason, with which it constructs the cultural structure. Nevertheless, the day comes in which, with an essential jolt, the intuition of the possibility of ontic autonomy ensues. The entity, knower of entities, begins to know itself, and from this disturbing revelation arises the fundamental symbol of the conscious sphere. A new structure is linked around that first symbol, and thus the schema of self is formed, the history of the microcosm that must necessarily end up, by force, describing its own design, and the evolutive anemic subject, by animating the schema of self as a conscious subject, also successively animates the elements of its own design. The end of this process of self-discovery, theoretical, but which can effectively be reached once in a lifetime or in any lifetime, occurs when the conscious subject is capable of thinking the schema of self, and the schema of self is the interpretation of its own design. At that moment the subject interpenetrates the whole microcosm, and the layer is illuminated as it corresponds to every system. The microcosm becomes the content of a thought, equivalent to a system experienced by rational thinking, i.e., the whole microcosm is an experience of the soul. In summary, the subject perceives a representation that is itself, the microcosm, and the microcosm is then a pure act of consciousness, a pure paradigmatic perfection, an entelchi of the Manu archetype, an autonomous entity. Why autonomous entity? Answer: because the actual microcosm is pure consciousness, and consciousness is time, or, in other words, consciousness and time are synonymous words. It means that the rational reduction of the microcosm by the conscious subject causes in the Lahasha the existence of its own time, immanent, independent of the transcendent time of the macrocosm. In consequence, the ontic autonomy of the actual microcosm is a temporal autonomy, a concept that we had already brought forward in Article C of the previous section. The body of the Pusu is a potential microcosm. It will be an actual microcosm when it transforms itself into an autonomous entity, i.e., when it becomes independent of its synchronization with the processes of the remaining entities of the macrocosm. Let us recall that by remaining in transcendent time, or demiurge consciousness, the microcosm has all its internal movements synchronized with the external movements of the macrocosm. The atomic, biological and psychophysiological clocks of the Pusu are synchronized with the cosmic clocks that regulate the movements of entities according to universal patterns of reason. That is why we were saying in said article, synthesizing, the Pusu goes on transforming itself into an autonomous entity as it fulfills the microcosmic objective of the finality, to construct a schema of self, or conscious sphere, of such perfection that, when being reflected by the conscious subject, it completely rationalizes the microcosm. Consciousness, analogously to the power aspect of the demiurge, must be able to apply itself, interpenetrate itself, diffuse itself, etc. in the microcosm and synchronize its internal movements with its own master clocks, i.e., it must be able to desynchronize it from the macrocosm by avoiding to participate in transcendent time. It must subtract it from its permanence in it. Although it has already been made clear that the ontic autonomy of the microcosm forms an essential part of its design, i.e., it is an effect of the will of the demiurge, it could still be asked, why? That is to say, why does the demiurge propose the possibility of its autonomy in the microcosmic design? Answer: this question lacks meaning because autonomy is not an end in itself but a necessary and inevitable consequence of entelchial finality. In other words, temporal autonomy is the effect of a final cause that is called time consciousness. Evidently, we refer to the consciousness of entelchi, i.e., consciousness of the microcosm. But the definitive answer is, of course, hermetic. The ontic autonomy of the microcosm occurs when it perfectly reflects the macrocosm, when its structures are homologous and analogously vitalized. This means that an actual microcosm can only be so if it perfectly represents the macrocosm, structurally and animically, that is, only if the complexion of the soul of the Pasu, when animating the microcosm, is analogous to the complexion of the demiurge when animating the macrocosm. Therefore, if the demiurge exhibits a successive aspect, the product of the breath, the fluence of which we call time consciousness or transcendent time of the macrocosm, the Pasu has to manifest a similar aspect in the microcosm, if it aspires to concretize its entelchi, and that microcosmic aspect is none other than the conscious subject in the conscious sphere. We thus see that the time proper to the microcosm, and in consequence ontic autonomy, is an essential condition for the archetypal actualization of the microcosm. B. Temporal description of the autonomous entity. We have seen that an entellichial microcosm is inconceivable without the soul having a perfect formal correspondence with the demiurge. Thus, in the microcosm, a time consciousness aspect, analogous to the time consciousness of the macrocosm, has to manifest itself. The microcosm, in order to be such, must achieve a temporal autonomy, must become independent of the transcendent time of the macrocosm. But, how can an entity, which until then was remaining in transcendent time, be situated outside of it and avoid being swept away by its irresistible fluence? Answer: in order to understand this, it is necessary to consider the following principle. Transcendent time is isotropic for every entity that is permanent or successive in it, but it is anisotropic for every other immanent time, in the direction of its succession. The first means that every entity, permanent or successive, exists with a phenomenonic character in transcendent time and is determined by it. If it is permanent, it is determined by its duration, and if it is successive, by its processal development. The second tells us that transcendent time, despite being isotropic for every entity, is capable of coexisting with another time without superimposing itself with the direction of its passing, i.e., transcendent time is anisotropic in the successive direction of all coexistent time. This principle will enable us to respond to the previous question: when the microcosm, which is a successive entity in transcendent time, is embraced by the consciousness of its soul, it becomes successive in the direction of its own time, i.e., its coming about occurs in the immanent flow of the current of consciousness. Then ontic autonomy necessarily ensues because transcendent time is anisotropic in the direction of immanent time. Naturally, the anisotropy of transcendent time does not imply a defect of the consciousness of the demiurge, but constitutes the way in which he permits the coexistence of the actual microcosm and the consummation of its entellichial finality, by obtaining ontic autonomy. By converting itself into actual microcosm, the Pasu puts the maximum possible meaning into the work of the demiurge. The coexistent relationship between microcosm and macrocosm is denominated harmony. The consciousness of harmony, on the part of the living microcosm, constitutes the greatest possible discovery and also the greatest good. It is equivalent to experiencing a scheme of self of the demiurge. Evidently, the ultimate objective of the finality is to impress with the colossal magnitude of his work and to awaken the admiration of the microcosm for its creator. Nor should it be believed that with the anisotropy of transcendent time, by permehashing the autonomous coexistence of the actual microcosm, the demiurge ensures the eternity of his creatures. The actual microcosm, as well as other devic complexions that we will not study here, is immortal but not eternal. The Pasu can survive physical death, i.e., the organic disintegration of the microcosm, transforming it into an autonomous entity, but, even if its physical body is immortal, it will never enjoy the eternity that the demiurge and the spirits possess as an essential characteristic. Why? Answer: because the condition of eternity is non-succession, and the present microcosm fundaments its autonomy, and its immortality, in a time of its own that, as time, is essentially successive. On the contrary, eternity does not imply a succession of instants but a single ever-present instant, which nevertheless encompasses and surpasses successive time. Although it may seem an incredible paradox, it is a tenebrous truth. Even when the Pasu has conquered the immortality of the physical body, and behaves as an autonomous entity with respect to transcendent time, its microcosm will have fatal dissolution simultaneously with the macrocosmic pralaya. And, also the dissolution of every successive entity, during the night of Parabrahman, only the one will exist in eternity. The Hyperborean spirits are also eternal, and we shall see later how important said characteristic is for the enchainment to Mahasya. Why an autonomous entity, i.e., independent of transcendent time, should end its existence at the moment when transcendent time ends, cannot be comprehended without an adequate description of said time of the macrocosm. However, such a description has only been made in the book Hyperborean Physics, which is to be published separately from the fundamentals. Here, then, we can only mention a few characteristics, since a rigorous explanation requires the use of the archetypal quantum of energy defined in physics. For example, it is worth noting that transcendent time not only presents the strange quality, already pointed out, of being isotropic for permanent and successive entities and anisotropic for other successive times, but it is also continuous and discontinuous at the same time. This is because actual space is essentially comprised of archetypal quanta, each of which possess an indiscernible point. Thus it turns out, that in any portion of space, however small, there is always a coordinable region, strictly spatial, which constitutes the principle of continuous extension, and an indiscernible point, not boundable, strictly temporal, which is the same point that could be located anywhere in the universe. This indiscernible point constitutes the beginning and the end of transcendent time. Every entity situated in space exists in transcendent time because it comes about in it, but it does not exist in the indiscernible point that it possesses in its bosom because such a point is common to all existent entities in any region of space. Also, the indiscernible point is denominated the eye of Abraxas. In this way, every successive entity, for example, is and is not at each moment of its coming about, but its being is successive and its non-being is permanent. The end of every entity, of the particular entity and of the universal entity, is present at each instant of transcendent time, and from this finality not even autonomous or immortal entities such as the actual microcosm of the Pusu escape. That is why it is said that the mere perception of the successive or phenomenonic aspect of the entities constitutes an illusion, since their end, the nothingness that it will reach at the conclusion of successive time, which is equal to the initial nothingness, prior to successive time, is always present in the entities, exposed to the acute gaze. As we see, the essence of consciousness is time. Transcendent time manifests the macro-consciousness of the One, immanent time expresses the consciousness of the microcosm. If immanent time exists, if the Pusu has developed a conscious subject in the conscious sphere, then transcendent time will be anisotropic in that direction and the microcosm will be able to convert itself into an autonomous entity. Immanent time will thus be a time proper to the microcosm, which, necessarily, will have an internal characteristic, given that outside of the microcosm transcendent time passes by. The actual microcosm subsists in its own immanent time, the flow of which springs from the conscious subject in a succession of instants that is lost in the interiority of the entity, in a direction not furrowed by transcendent time. Due to this autonomy from within the interior of the entity, which the actual microcosm maintains with respect to transcendent time, it also becomes independent of space, acquiring the freedom to locate itself anywhere without being conditioned by transcendent time. In summary, the entelchi of the Pusu, the actual microcosm, all consciousness, all immanent time, is independent of the time and space of the macrocosm. Such is the degree of freedom that ontic autonomy implies. It should be noted that, in an autonomous entity, immanent time has to indefinitely progress into the interiority of the microcosm, in the direction of its passing, without it keeping any relationship with transcendent time, exterior, of the macrocosm. That is why, when the actual microcosm voluntarily acts on the macrocosm, it is the moment in which the macrocosm acquires maximum meaning, thus fulfilling the objective of its finality. This is the case, for example, of the masters of wisdom of the white hierarchy, who periodically tend to act in the world with their entelechal bodies in what they denominate missions to favor the development of the cosmic plans. See the double temporality of the potential microcosm. We have already clarified that the ontic autonomy that characterizes an actual microcosm is fundamentally a temporal autonomy, the product of an elevated degree of consciousness. But our purpose is to show the psychic structure of the Pusu at the moment prior to spiritual enchainment, as we stated in the first sections. At said specific moment of its history, the pusu, of course, was not an actual microcosm but potential, although its evolution was pointing toward such an entelche. And, as a potential microcosm, despite its manifest lack of development, the pusu had constructed an incipient conscious sphere animated by the corresponding conscious subject. In temporal terms, the difference between actual and potential microcosms is the following. In the actual microcosm, the conscious subject has been able to think itself, has lived the schema of self, and, by subsisting in a time of its own, has become an autonomous entity. In the potential microcosm, the conscious subject is located on an incomplete schema of self and, therefore, is only immanent to the conscious sphere. In other words, proper time, which is essential to the conscious subject, is only immanent to the conscious sphere. Outside of it, the conscious subject is incapable of encompassing other structures of the microcosm. But, that which lies outside the consciousness of the subject, i.e., outside of the direction of proper time, will inevitably be the object of transcendent time. Its existence will come about in it. That is why in the potential microcosm, as already explained in another article, the atomic, biological and psychophysiological clocks of the pusu are synchronized with the cosmic clocks that regulate the movements of the entities according to universal patterns of reason. In the potential microcosm, except for the conscious sphere, every other structure subsists in transcendent time. In the potential microcosm, then, coexist two temporal natures, immanent proper time in the conscious sphere and transcendent time in the remaining structures of the microcosm. Naturally, these times coexist without interfering with each other due to the anisotropy of transcendent time, which prevents it from passing in the same direction as immanent time. The potential microcosm is thus an entity that comes about in transcendent time, but in the entrails of which, at an unfathomable depth, the immanent time of the consciousness coexists. The conscious sphere, the source of immanent time, is a nucleus of effective temporal autonomy, but, by constituting a structure integrated into the microcosmic organicity, it cannot jointly achieve the effective spatial autonomy of the entity. For now it is only the interiority of the entity, an abyss in the intimacy of the microcosm, a consciousness of external entities that fails to conscientize itself. Of this potential microcosm, endowed with a nucleus of immanent time but which participates, in certain structures, in transcendent time, we will exclusively deal with next. Let us begin by emphasizing an important consequence. If only the conscious sphere comes about in immanent time, then the remaining structures of the psyche subsist in transcendent time. We must especially attend to the fact that the cultural structure remains, and grows, in transcendent time. But the cultural structure comes to fulfill the function of the lower limit of the conscious sphere, since we have defined the Lahasha as an analogical space that extends over the experienced system. In Figure 22 the XX arc analogically represents such a lower limit, i.e., the beginning of the conscious sphere. Let us recall that the conscious sphere is comprised of a shadow sphere and a light sphere. Still referring to Figure 22, it is convenient to imagine immanent time as a spring current, the source of which is exactly at the XX arc. Time emerges from 20 and runs toward psi, flooding the totality of the conscious sphere. Analogically, under this allegory, one must see the essentially successive termination of the evolutive anemic subject, to which, justly, we denominate the conscious subject. The XX arc of Figure 22 corresponds to the level of the I symbol of Figure 21, which is on the horizontal plane of signification of the XX concept. From 20 begins the conscious sphere. Now, immanent time runs from 20 to psi, as we said, but this is the direction that emerging representations follow into the light sphere, such as I. It is evident, then, that every emergence of a symbol in the conscious sphere comes about in the direction of immanent time. The principal notes of psychic energy, in which every emerging symbol consists, are movement, intensity, and direction. We have called the movement emergence and the direction intention. However, by following the direction of immanent time, from 20 to psi, the direction of every emerging symbol is denominated temporal intention. This concept had already been advanced in Article A of the previous section. There, in effect, it was said, we already know when consciousness is initiated, but what interests us most is to know what modification introduces its presence in rational thinking, i.e., what dimension or characteristic of thinking unequivocally demonstrates to us that we are dealing with consciousness and not with any other psychic act. Answer: the temporal intention of thought. And, further on, the thought of a relationship may acquire, by the reference to self of its potency dimension, case, a determinate temporal intention, and that makes it conscious. These commentaries, and others like them, which were made in previous articles are now to be completely clarified by knowing the nature of immanent time. Let us consider again the energetic expression of the Passu's thought, WTT equals pay, that is, the active potency of the XX concept times the transcendent time or duration of systematic living is equivalent to the psychic energy of the I symbol. We know that the XX relationship subsists in transcendent time and that, when being experienced by the cultural subject, the substratum of its active potency causes the energy of the I symbol that imitates the XX concept. If the active potency is self-referent, then the I symbol will emerge directed towards psi, i.e., its energy will have the character of first intention. Now we know, too, that the first intention points in the direction of immanent time. According to the given definition, it is evident that the thought of every emerging symbol, its apprehension by the subject, has to constitute a consciousness of, since this can only occur in the conscious sphere, as we have already said. Current, the source of which is exactly at the XX arc, time emerges from 20 and runs towards psi, flooding the totality of the conscious sphere. Analogically, under this allegory, one must see the essentially successive termination of the evolutive anemic subject, to which, justly, we denominate the conscious subject. The XX arc of figure 22 corresponds to the level of the I symbol of figure 21, which is on the horizontal plane of signification of the XX concept. From 20 begins the conscious sphere. Now, immanent time runs from 20 to psi, as we said, but this is the direction that emerging representations follow into the light sphere, such as I. It is evident, then, that every emergence of a symbol in the conscious sphere comes about in the direction of immanent time. The principal notes of psychic energy, in which every emerging symbol consists, are movement, intensity, and direction. We have called the movement emergence and the direction intention. However, by following the direction of immanent time, from 20 to psi, the direction of every emerging symbol is denominated temporal intention. This concept had already been advanced in Article A of the previous section. There, in effect, it was said, we already know when consciousness is initiated, but what interests us most is to know what modification introduces its presence in rational thinking, i.e., what dimension or characteristic of thinking unequivocally demonstrates to us that we are dealing with consciousness and not with any other psychic act. Answer: the temporal intention of thought. And, further on, the thought of a relationship may acquire, by the reference to self of its potency dimension, case, a determinate temporal intention, and that makes it conscious. These commentaries, and others like them, which were made in previous articles are now to be completely clarified by knowing the nature of immanent time. Let us consider again the energetic expression of the Passu's thought, WTT equals pay, that is, the active potency of the XX concept times the transcendent time or duration of systematic living is equivalent to the psychic energy of the I symbol. We know that the XX relationship subsists in transcendent time and that, when being experienced by the cultural subject, the substratum of its active potency causes the energy of the I symbol that imitates the XX concept. If the active potency is self-referent, then the I symbol will emerge directed towards psi, i.e., its energy will have the character of first intention. Now we know, too, that the first intention points in the direction of immanent time. According to the given definition, it is evident that the thought of every emerging symbol, its apprehension by the subject, has to constitute a consciousness of, since this can only occur in the conscious sphere, as we have already said. A temporal interpretation of the energetic expression will allow us to respond to a difficult question. In effect, if consciousness takes place in a time of its own, which transcendent time does not interfere with due to its essential anisotropy, How is it that the conscious subject becomes aware of the transcendent temporality of external entities? The answer is to be sought in the energetic expression, in the intentional determination that the active potency introduces to the energy of every emerging symbol coming from the cultural structure, while the active potency, found in the first part of the expression, has the direction of transcendent time, by which it is multiplied. On the contrary, the equivalent energy demonstrates a transversal direction to that of. Such transversal direction is that which indicates the first intention, cases, or, if we considered, only analogically, the termini of the energetic expression as vector magnitudes, we would say that the energy vector rotated from the direction of transcendent time to that of immanent time. It thus turns out that, although the transcendent and immanent times coexist without interfering with each other, there are certain internal entities, or psychic symbols, capable of remaining in the direction of transcendent time or temporally rotating and coming about in the direction of immanent time. The symbols that remain in transcendent time are, of course, the principles and relationships, i.e., the systems of the cultural structure. The symbols that happen in immanent time, because of the active potency of the relationships, are the representations of concepts, such as I, which emerge with first intention toward the psi threshold of consciousness. The energetic expression describes the relationship of cause and effect that links the homologous I symbol and the XX concept. A first approximation to the sought answer is, then, that every emerging symbol, the substance of which is psychic energy, contains a datum that reveals to the conscious subject the existence of transcendent time. It is fundamental to emphasize the following property: said datum remains invariant during the temporal rotation of the energy and is maintained in the immanent succession of the emergence. It is necessary to clarify that the transcendent time revealed to the conscious subject by such a datum of the emerging symbol always corresponds to an original duration of the external entity, a duration that has been interpreted by reason as a semic property of the schema. This means that, when the schema is experienced by the cultural subject, and its potency produces a conscious representation, the original duration must invariably be transferred to the emerging symbol as a datum soon to be noted by the conscious subject. In consequence, the consciousness of the original duration of the external entity proceeds from a datum of the emerging symbol, i.e., from an a posteriori objective property, and not from an a priori intuition of time as Kant claims. The potential microcosm participates in the transcendent time of the macrocosm and possesses a time of its own, immanent to the conscious sphere. Both times coexist without interfering with each other and are real. Both can be known as pure succession, without reference to any entity, by the conscious subject, the immanent time by autoscopy of its own essence, and the transcendent time, as will be demonstrated later, by intuition of the irrelevant extension of continuous signification. But the fact that the pure intuition of time can indeed occur does not imply that this must constitute the a priori fundament of the temporality of entities. On the contrary, the consciousness of the duration of an entity in transcendent time proceeds from an objective property of its representation, a property that reflects that original duration, i.e., it is an a posteriori datum. As a first approximation we held that the conscious subject indirectly knows transcendent time, by a datum proper to the conscious representation. To complete the answer we must inquire, then, about the nature of such datum. The conscious subject picks up the temporal datum from the emerging symbol, but what is an emerging symbol? Answer: a structure of which substance consists of psychic energy. But every structure determines a form. The emerging symbol is, also, a substantially energetic form. This is analogically verified in Figure 19, where the I symbol, homologous to the XX concept, has been arbitrarily represented as a triangular form. Considering this definition we can affirm that the datum sought, through the intermediary of which the conscious subject knows transcendent time, is the formal extension of every emerging symbol. In order to clarify the Mahashur we will refer to the analogical study of Article F of the previous section. First of all, let us remember that transcendent time increases in the direction of the dimension extension. The extension of the XX concept, in effect, constitutes a measure of transcendent time that, moreover, remains invariant in the homologous I symbol, even when its energy has temporally rotated. The invariance of the dimension extension is the datum that reveals to the conscious subject an original duration in transcendent time. We had already stated this in the third commentary of the cited article. Let us now consider the I symbol, manifested by the potency of the XX concept. Both elements are semically equal although they differ in their dimensions. If we take into account that the I symbol, in figure 19, is the effect of the XX concept, we must conclude that both the extension and the comprehension of the concept are equally present in the I symbol. The extension of the concept, in fact, is denoted in the I symbol by the duration during which it manifests itself in thought. The comprehension of the concept is a function of the thickness of the slice and equal to its volume. We can agree that the thickness of the symbol, and its volume, are equal to those of the concept slice. The extension of the concept is equal to the extension of the symbol and the comprehension of the concept is equal to the comprehension of the symbol. The extension of the symbol reveals to the conscious subject, as we have seen, the original duration of the external entity, i.e., it reveals only that quantity of transcendent time that corresponds to the sensitive perception of the external entity or to the remembrance of its schema. Then, it is worth asking, how could the conscious subject perceive the pure succession of transcendent time, detached from any ontic reference? In other words, can the consciousness of a pure intuition of transcendent time be experienced, in spite of its anisotropy? Answer: the conscious subject, in the absence of any representation, can intuit the succession of transcendent time due to its parallelism with the continuous signification that fundaments rational thinking. In figure 21 we notice that the plane of signification of habitual language is horizontal and parallel to the psi threshold of consciousness toward where the conscious subject has centered its attention, but, in addition, the plane of signification is extensive in direction, i.e., in the direction of transcendent time. All this indicates to us that, although no concept is noted in the context of habitual language, the perception of signification continues as pure systematic extension. Its duration without relief is equivalent to the conscious intuition of transcendent time. The analogical study of immanent time in the previous section, when describing the analogical space of the conscious sphere, we distinguished three analogical quadrants: the or plane of signification and context, and the which appears frontal in figure 20 and to which we denominate the temporal plane. In figure 21 the temporal plane allows us to appreciate the extensive profile of the I symbol and its projection up to the level of stabilization, psi, as I. However, to observe the analog temporal relationships in detail, it is worth considering figure 24, in which the temporal plane has been drawn separately. Let us highlight the most salient details of said figure before interpreting the phenomenon that it represents. Let us observe, first of all, the XX system that is aligned by its extension with the axis of transcendent time. Inside the cylindrical profile we can see in dotted lines the thickness of the XX concept, i.e., of a slice of the XX relationship noted on a plane of signification perpendicular to the drawing. Let us remember that the comprehension dimension of the XX concept is equivalent to the volume of the slice, that is, comprehension is a function of thickness. On the XX system, on the other hand, we see in red color the extensive profile of the I symbol. It is a rational representation of the XX concept, produced by its active potency according to the express figure 24 psi and WTT equals pay. This signifies that the energy, in which the I symbol substantially consists, has temporally rotated. Naturally, the rotation of the energy is due to the reference to self, as it was studied in cases, but that is another mahasya. The energy thus directs the I symbol in the direction of the psi threshold of consciousness, i.e., in the direction of immanent time. That is why the axis, which in figure 21 was only corresponding to the different levels of the psychic energy of the conscious sphere, now also represents the variation of immanent time. Immanent time springs forth like a source current from the XX level, i.e., it is initiated at the analogical axis. The emergence of I, then, which is directed towards psi guided by the first intention, distinctly comes about in immanent time, sliding down the current of transversal time until it manifests itself with clarity in the light sphere. That immanent time is a transversal time, proper to the microcosm, is shown in figure 24, observing the perpendicularity of its course with respect to transcendent time. From the analogical point of view, the total form of the I symbol, as seen in figure 21, denotes other qualities such as image or propositional significance, all very important qualities but which we are not interested in considering in the temporal analysis. On the other hand, the extension and comprehension dimensions of the I symbol are of considerable value for the temporal signification that they may reveal to the conscious subject. These dimensions are, precisely, those that show the profile of I, graphed on the temporal plane of figure 24. The extension of the I symbol corresponds to the length of the profile, and the comprehension, which is a function of the thickness, is denoted by the geometric thickness of the profile. For reasons that will soon become clear, it is convenient to assume that the I symbol is homologous to its 20 concept of great comprehension, a case that we can represent by means of a profile of great thickness. This new situation is shown in figure 25. Let us temporally interpret the phenomenon of the I-conscious representation. To do so, let us begin by recalling that the conscious subject integrates the light sphere and maintains its attention directed toward the psi threshold of consciousness. This is the normalitude of the PASU, according to the evolutive degree with which we have been studying it. In such a hypothesis, the I symbol emerges in front of the conscious subject directed toward itself by the first intention. At the psi level, it energetically stabilizes and attempts to unfold its process. If the conscious subject is volitively effective, its attention will stop the symbol at the psi level, the case that we examine here. But what does it mean to stop the I symbol at the psi level, from the temporal point of view? Answer, that the conscious subject retains the symbol as the object of its attention. If it did not occur this way, if the conscious subject did not retain it in front of itself, the symbol would disappear from the eidetic vision in order to integrate itself into the schema of self, somewhere in the conscious sphere. This will become clear if we recall that in Article E of the previous section we compared the evolutive anemic subject to a beam of light, which, upon passing through successive filters, was conforming the subjects proper to the psychic structures of the microcosm, the rational subject, the cultural subject, and the conscious subject. However one looks at this allegory, it immediately stands out that by comparing the anemic subject to a beam of light, we are giving to it a clear flowing and successive characteristic. Now we know that immanent time is the essence of consciousness and that it passes in a transversal direction to that of transcendent time. We ask ourselves, do these characteristics agree with that optical allegory? Figure 25 216 answer, yes, and it is demonstrated through the following interpretation. By attributing fluence to the evolutive anemic subject, by supposing it to be similar to a beam of light, we tacitly consider that the three subjects that it hierarchically conforms are successive, i.e., temporal. However, the first two subjects, rational and cultural, by animating functionally synchronized structures in the transcendent time of the macrocosm, participate in the macrocosmic order by unfolding in a succession of acts directed in the direction of transcendent time, that is, the flow of the rational and cultural subjects, luminous if you will, occurs in parallel with the passing of transcendent time, without being able to establish a difference of direction between the two. This means that, even if we accept that the essence of the complete evolutive anemic subject is temporal, there would be no way to establish any difference between the immanent temporality of the rational and cultural subjects, and the succession of transcendent time, and such an indifference we denominate, with good reason, unconscious. Unconscious is the mode in which the action of the rational and cultural subjects occurs. That is why it is only affirmed that the essence of consciousness is time, alluding to the transversal coming about of the conscious subject, even though, as is clear from the allegory of the beam of light, the entire anemic subject is essentially temporal. The second filter that intercepts the beam of light, yellow, was analogous to the cultural structure. The light that was passing through was forming a small green beam, equivalent to the conscious subject. Well, If we imagine that said beam deviates from its original direction, immediately also passing through the yellow filter, we will already have the allegorical image of a conscious subject, essentially constituted by a substance that flows in a transversal direction to that of the original beam. This image, which analogically corresponds to the concept of transversal immanent time previously exposed, can be observed in Figure 26, in beam G analogous to the conscious subject. Although the allegory is quite evident, it is worth noting that the analogical relationships between the temporal character of consciousness and the luminous nature of the G-beam go so far that they even coincide in the strange property of being continuous and discontinuous. Why transcendent time, and all time, is both continuous and discontinuous is explained in the book Hyperborean Physics, but it should be noted here that, in fact, light can behave continuously as a wave and discontinuously as a particle or quantum. Figure 26 dent time. But beam G, analogous to the conscious subject, is reflected in the curved mirror D, analogous to the exterior surface of the light sphere. What significance is to be drawn from this fact? Answer: first of all, that the conscious subject, the essence of which is absolutely successive, observes the cultural structure by reflection, i.e., the conscious subject looks toward the cultural structure, a fact we already knew from the previous section. Rally distance itself from any emerging symbol, from any representation, from any image, in the direction opposite to its appearance, it would be as if the conscious subject, ecstatically surrendered to its flow, turned its back on the symbols referring to the world, and these would uselessly strive to reach it. We must draw two conclusions from this allegory. The first is that, even when the essence of consciousness is temporally flowing, the conscious subject has to oppose its own fluence in order to look back and take in the emerging symbols. The second is that this intentional reflection, which procures to apprehend semic contents, only has meaning if such contents exist, i.e., that consciousness can only be consciousness of something. Without content, the conscious subject develops in an absolute temporal fluence that takes it toward the future, but this transit toward the all and final nothingness can only be effectuated in a hyperconscious ecstasy, i.e., for that very reason, unconscious of the world. But when there is the emerging symbol, the representation of the entity produced by the cultural or rational subject, then the conscious subject turns its back to the direction of its temporal flow in order to become conscious of it, and only then is there true consciousness, for it is the consciousness of a semic content. Naturally, when the conscious subject is motivated to require symbolic material from the schema of self or representative memory in order to forge a fantasy, the same process occurs. The subject looks toward the threshold of consciousness, i.e., it faces the emerging symbol by turning its back to its own temporal occurrence. It is important to notice that in this reflection that the conscious subject carries out on its own direction, in order to confront the emerging symbols, it manifests a preeminence of the future that inevitably conditions every conscious act. The conscious subject, in fact, by retaining the symbol in front of itself, has in reality awaited it for an instant, and that is why it apprehends it from the future. Even if that instant is infinitesimal, it is not possible to ignore that the conscious subject, situated in its own instant of apprehension, constitutes the future of the symbol, a future that when it becomes the present is denominated consciousness of the symbol. During the retention the symbol is in the present of the conscious subject, and that is why its apprehension is denominated present consciousness. But, although the conscious subject confronts the symbol turning its back on its own temporal fluence, such a fluence for that reason does not cease existing and impulsing the symbol toward the past. The emerging symbol comes about in immanent time, and its current tries to tear it away from the presence of the conscious subject. In the retention occurs, then, a dialectical struggle between the attention of the conscious subject, set on retaining the symbol present, operating from the future, and the current of immanent time that drags it toward the past. That the present is a subjective neutrality, product of a dialectical confrontation, is confirmed by the fact that, by removing the attention, i.e., the opposition placed on the symbol, it is immediately lost in the past. And such a confrontation is only possible because the conscious subject, in order to retain the symbol, has had to reflect on its own passing by situating itself backward, As the reflection of G in the mirror D analogically shows it in figure 26, the conscious subject, turned backward from immanent time, cannot but oppose a symbol that advances in the direction of its ascension. Thus, retention is the synthetic product of an act of opposition that opens, subjectively, a gap in the series of instants of immanent time, the present consciousness of the symbol. The dialectical character of the retention can also be inferred from figure 24, observing that the direction of immanent time goes from the XX axis toward the light sphere, i.e., in the inverse direction of the looking of the conscious subject, which focuses its ascension on the psi threshold of consciousness. It is evident there that the I symbol confronts the conscious subject. But the direction of the it arrow indicates the future of the conscious subject, a future to which the conscious subject turns its back in order to apprehend I. And, on the contrary, the direction of it indicates the past of I, the region to which the symbol will go when the subject removes its ascension and it disappears from the present. It is clear, then, that the retention of I in a present is the product of the opposition that the conscious subject carries out from the immanent future in order to stop it. I, for its part, comes about in immanent time, and this happening impulses it toward the immanent future that thus turns out to be, by its opposition, subjective past of the conscious subject. In summary, by looking toward the threshold of consciousness, in the opposite direction to its essential fluence, the conscious subject considers the immanent past as if it were a kind of future, since it expects to perceive events coming from that direction. But in that direction, which is a kind of subjective future, is only the intermediary world of the cultural structure and, beyond it, the exterior world, the macrocosm and transcendent time. Hence, when perceiving the emerging symbols, the conscious subject commits the gnosiological error of taking the datum of the original duration of the entity in transcendent time, i.e., extension, for an effective apprehension of time. Scion of the emerging symbol. But we will explain this step by step using figure 25. To begin, let us observe that every conscious subject has the curious possibility of experiencing the present from two different perspectives. As will be explained below, these are two attitudes that the conscious subject can adopt in the face of the same emerging symbol during its retention. It is possible, in fact, that the conscious subject perceives the I symbol, as an object in time, from the perspective of its extension or from the perspective of its comprehension. In the first case, the extension of the I symbol will reflect the original duration of the entity in transcendent time. The present awareness of I will then be extensive, and that is why in figure 25 we have marked with the initials SEP the analogical geometric place of the S object in extensive P resent. In the second case, the comprehension of the I symbol will permit the apprehension of immanent time, the time in which the emergence of I truly comes about. The present awareness of I is, then, comprehensive, and that is why we have marked with the initials SCP the geometric analogical place of the S object in C comprehensive P resent. We will explain both cases in order to expound the awareness of transcendent time and the awareness of immanent time, and show that only the La-Hasher constitutes a certain knowledge about the nature of time, about the dialectical character of the subjective present. The conscious subject in the extensive present SEP. Even when the pussy has developed the conscious subject, there is a primitive phase of evolution in which the conscious contents exclusively refer to external entities. In such a case it is said that the consciousness of the pussy is oriented toward the world. Naturally, the conscious subject cannot really exteriorize itself in the world, looking directly out into the macrocosm, due to the anisotropy of transcendent time that prevents it from coming about in it. For a chronically transversal essence, access to the exterior world is only possible indirectly by means of representations of external entities. This is precisely the function that fulfills the intermediary world of the cultural structure, which lies between the conscious sphere and the sensorial sphere. Through it, only those objects that have been previously rationalized and schematized can be converted into conscious objects. But, notwithstanding that rational intermediation that keeps the conscious subject perpetually isolated from the factual presence of the entities, that culturally shapes them and proposes the significance as the truth of the entity in the terms of a language, i.e., despite receiving only one aspect of the design of the entity, The conscious subject of the pusu concentrates its attention exclusively on the exterior world. In a few words, conduct constitutes the principal motivation of its conscious acts. This primitive phase of evolution permanently corresponds to a conscious subject in the extensive present. Any pusu, of course, no matter what its evolutive degree, if it possesses a conscious subject will be in conditions to alternatively experience the extensive present. However, here we pose the condition that this occurs permanently because we are dealing with the typical case of the pusu prior to the spiritual enchainment. A pusu with sep knows the truth of the entities to a certain point and can rationally conduct himself in the world, in accordance with the objective of its finality. However, regarding the transcendent time of the macrocosm, the sep commits a grave gnosiological error. Let us see. The extension of I occurs, as seen in figure 18 et sec, in parallel with the course of transcendent time. It is here that the extension keeps a ratio, i.e., a proportion, with transcendent time. Such a ratio is denominated duration and corresponds to the actual original duration of the schematized entity. Let us recall that I can represent the schema of any entity and not only a triangular form. The extension of the I symbol, as we have explained, only reflects that original duration by means of a ratio, i.e., it is an indirect datum of the temporality of the entity. Well then, the error of the sep consists in confusing the awareness of the extension with the actual and effective apprehension of the transcendent duration. In figure 25 we see that the I symbol is in front of the sep in the analogical aspect of the conscious sphere, i.e., where only immanent time exists. The perception of the extension can only provide a representation of the original duration but never a direct access to transcendent time. What consequences does this confusion of the sep provoke? Answer, that the conscious subject will believe to perceive transcendent time directly, when in reality it only has extensive data of the entities. This belief will lead to the absurd supposition that transcendent time is essentially analogous to the extension, i.e., that it is continuous, linear, etc. That is why it will be broken down into instants analogous to the points of the extensive space, or these instants will be identified with said points. Transcendent time would thus be a succession of instants, all equal to each other, which biunivocally correspond to the points of space. The duration of a spatial entity would consist of a kind of temporal extension that arises from the application of the pointal space of the entity over the instantaneous time during a determinate lapse of its existence. Of course, none of this is true because, as demonstrated in the book Hyperborean Physics, transcendent time is something very different from a linear succession of instants. The extension of the I representation can only bring to the conscious subject an indirect datum on the original duration of the represented entity. By confusing this indirect datum with a consciousness of time, a grave gnosiological error is committed. But the error is even greater when to such a consciousness of time is attributed a direct link with the presence of the representation. Then one believes to perceive, in the extension, the duration of the present. But this subjective present is an illusion, and the time from which it seems to arise, and to which it refers, a falsified time, invented by the sep. Let us observe figure 25. The I symbol emerges in front of the sep and it perceives it in extension. It thus becomes conscious of the duration and believes to perceive the present. But the actual present is a dialectical space, as we saw produced on immanent time. The subjective present derived from the extension is not dialectical but emerging. It begins and ends together with the representation since it depends on its extension. That is why the subjective present has a variable actual duration. It is as short or as long as the impression that affects the consciousness. The illusion of the sep consists in believing that the present is a clarity, a consciousness, experienced over the relentless and dark succession of time. Before the duration of the representation is darkness, also the duration as well. The before and also of the emergence of I are unreal moments, created by the sep in order to give continuity to falsified time. The representation is, thus, subjectively bound at both ends of its extension with two unreal moments, a kind of past before the emergence, and a kind of future osirate. Of course, The intuition of this false time is extremely obscure, and the sole clear thing at any point in the series of instants is only the subjective present of the emerging representation. Evidently, extensive time is the reconstruction that the SEP makes of transcendent time, imagining how its passing would be if anisotropy did not prevent it from transcending the conscious sphere. However, the only indirect datum that in any way reflects transcendent time is the extension, the measure of the original duration. Everything else, the before and after, is assumed, added by the SEP. The time, in which I is believed to pass, and on which the present of its extensive presence is clearly noted, is in truth a non-existent, falsified time. It is not possible for the consciousness, the essence of which is immanent transversal time, to know transcendent time directly. If it were, on the other hand, possible, if transcendent time were capable of isotropically coming about and completely encompassing the integrity of the microcosm, then neither the consciousness of the Pusu nor any other consciousness outside of that of the demiurge could exist. F. The conscious subject in the comprehensive present SCP. Let us suppose that the conscious subject has retained the emerging I symbol as seen in Figure 25. Then, if instead of a ending to the extension it experiences the comprehension of the symbol, it will be possible that it apperceives its own temporal essence, i.e., the succession of immanent time, and the dialectical character of the actual present. For this it will be necessary to situate itself in another perspective, different from the extensive confrontation of the SEP, in order to comprehensively apprehend the symbol. This new situation has been analogically indicated in Figure 25 with the Lahasher's SCP. Now, comprehension is a dimension of concepts analogous to the volume of the XX slice. The comprehension indicates how close the concept is to coinciding with the truth of the entity, i.e., the volume of the slice indicates how close the concept is, in semic terms, to coinciding with the schema of the entity or relationship. As every rational representation, such as I, is homologous to the concept that it signifies, its comprehension dimension is necessarily equivalent, as explained in the previous section. Then what does it mean to experience the comprehension of the symbol? Answer: to apprehend its structure, to become aware, not of the mere appearance that denotes the extension, but of its semic complexion. For this it is necessary to be situated at a precise perspective, which enables to comprehend at a single glance, i.e., in a single cognizing act, the structure of the symbol. That is, the conscious subject must be situated, not in front of the symbol, but alongside it, seeing it, not as emerging, but as circulating. In other words, even being retained in the present, the comprehensive observation of the SCP must take place alongside the symbol, noticing the direction of its transit, i.e., verifying that the emergence comes about in immanent time. It is necessary to strongly affirm that it is not possible to comprehend any symbol or conscious representation without an effective change of perspective of the conscious subject. There does not exist here a principle of relativity that would enable, for example, to turn the symbol with the fantasy and face the comprehension head-on. This is impossible because always, in all possible cases, the frontal aspect of the symbol is extensive for the conscious subject. In order to experience its comprehension, a movement of the conscious subject is unfailingly required that situates it alongside the retained symbol. The first intention directs I toward the self and, therefore, its emergence comes about in immanent time. Arising in consciousness, i.e., crossing the threshold of psi-consciousness, the symbol is retained from the future by the conscious subject, which is then situated in a favorable position for its comprehension. Then, the I symbol is the concrete, clear, and definite content of a conscious thought. In said consciousness, the SCP has to be capable of making the following distinctions. First, above all it experiences the objective certainty of the symbol, i.e., there is patent evidence that the symbol constitutes an object different from the SCP. Second, in such an object, as a particular force pointing toward the self, it perceives the first intention. Third, it apperceives, also, the very mention placed on the retention, which is a kind of second intention that refers the symbol to the cognizing subject. Fourth, it thus grasps the present moment as the product of a dialectical tension. The first intention and the second intention are revealed as clearly opposing forces. Fish, to comprehend is to perceive the structure of the symbol, i.e., to apprehend its essence. This superior possibility of knowledge is forbidden to the sep, which only perceives an exterior appearance. All the more rational the more reflective its inquiry. Sixth, finally, the SCP can apperceive its own successive essence, i.e., immanent time. But such apperception, being comprehensive, is made without any reference to transcendent time, the datum of which for indirect knowledge is the extension. This means that the SCP is capable of apperceiving immanent time in absolute form, hence the disposition of the conscious subject to apperceive immanent time is denominated faculty of chronic autoscopy. The lost Virya, a Pusu with Hyperborean lineage. In the last section we have completed, although in a certainly elementary form, the exposition of the main concepts that the Hyperborean wisdom affirms about the Pusu, that animal man who was inhabiting the earth at the arrival of the traitorous Siddhas. It was necessary to expound such concepts in order to explain, perhaps for the first time in this exoteric language, the mystery of the enchainment of the spirit to the evolution of Mahashur. We now know what the Pusu is, we know the structures in which its transmigrating soul subjectively manifests itself. In consequence, we know that what the Pusu is, the spirit is not. We have thus taken an important step toward an intelligible vision of the mystery. The following step will lead us directly to the nucleus of the mystery, i.e., to the spiritual enchainment. A. The inheritance of the Virya. Let us recall one of the first paragraphs of the section Treason and Spiritual Enchainment. The treason of the traitorous Siddhas was consummated in order to serve a specific aim, the enchainment of the spirit spheres to the material plane. We return, then, to pose that question with which we present the analogical model of the spirit sphere: how is it enchained to Mahashur, to the ephemeral of life, to the variations of nature, to the cycles of life and death? How it enchained, we repeat, an eternal spirit to that illusion. Now that we know, analogically, that it is a spirit, let us explain how it could be enchained to Mahashur. Next, the genetic key of the karmic system is alluded to as a conscious method in plasmating, in the blood of the Pusu, an image of the origin of the Hyperborean spirit. Thus is constituted, in the blood memory, the memory of the origin, which is an authentic perpetual inheritance of the Manu Siddha traitor, and it is plasmated in the blood and not in any other substance because the plasmating force used is passion in the Mathuna, or, if you will, love. The key to the system consists, then, in plasmating an image of the origin in the blood of the Pusu, by which the Mahashur acquires a divine inheritance and becomes a Virya. It is only to be reiterated that such a donation has no benevolent characteristic but aims at the enchainment of the reverted spirits. It may be considered, for greater clarity, that the plasmation of the origin is the first part of a two-stage plan, the second of which would be the enchainment itself. The creation of the Mina would thus have the sole object of facilitating the binding of the spirit with Mahashur. From these paragraphs, which we are quoting from a previous section, the frightening fact emerges that the Viryas genetically descend from divine beings, extraterrestrial gods, but that they are not loved by them. On the contrary, their divine ancestors do not hesitate to subject them to the ruthless evolutive system of karmic reincarnations based on pain and suffering, to learning by the method of rewards and punishments, i.e., of action and reaction. But the majority of the Viryas ignore that in their being exists an essential duality. And perhaps it is, in many cases, Mahashur that this is the case, otherwise, from knowing from whom they descend, they would surely go irremediably mad. On the one hand, as Pusu, the Virya is animalman, i.e., a son of the demiurge. On the other hand, as the depository of an image of the origin in the blood memory, the Virya is also divine, i.e., a son of the Hyperborean Siddhas. As a son of the demiurge, its finality is to reach ontic autonomy, human entelchi, in order to admire, with the maximum possible meaning, his work. That is the true finality of the Pusu, who, meanwhile, usually believes that it exists for something else, but such an illusion invariably vanishes when at the end of a great day of manifestation comes the night of Brahma, the Mahapralaya, in which all material creation is phagocytized by the suctioning nothingness of an end that is equal to the beginning, and in that nothingness, naturally, everything ends. The Pusa saw Viryas together with all classes of monadic manifestations. This fatal finality of human nature is, of course, not very attractive. But, as the son of the traitorous Siddhas, the Virya also fails to foresee a benign future. His divine ancestors conceal from him, using all sorts of trickery, the fact and the right of his descent. But if, for some extra karmic reason, the Virya were to perceive in the blood memory the remembrance of the origin, if he were to suspect that something in him is not from here, then he would face the most terrible hatred and contempt on the part of his divine ancestors, but they would not try to destroy them, but would use their incredible powers to submerge him into an intense make illusion, i.e., to plunge him even deeper into strategic confusion. On this side, then, too, he can expect nothing but the final dissolution of the cosmic pralaya, since the traitorous Siddhas are not willing to enter into any particular dealings with the Viryas, i.e., none that could lead them away from karma. Before such a dismal panorama, what way out is lay for the Virya? What hope can he have of escaping the demented plans of the demiurge and the traitorous Siddhas? Answer: the liberation of the Hyperborean spirit. That is, the only possibility of escape consists in that the Virya traces his Hyperborean memory back to the origin and transmutes himself into a divine Hyperborean, unchaining the captive spirit, i.e., that he procures the normality of the reverted spirit sphere. So that such a possibility is effectively concretized, it is necessary that the Virya acts in the framework of a Hyperborean strategy, a Mahashya that will be studied in the second part. There will be described the luciferic graceful attitude that the Virya must adopt as a basic strategic posture of spiritual liberation. In what remains of the first part we will deal with an important subject that must be previously clarified, the spiritual enchainment. b. The ego of the Virya and the infinite ego. Let us recall what was previously said. The traitorous Siddhas have conceived a two-stage plan, the first of which lies in the genetic key and the second in the spiritual enchainment. We must, then, begin with the first stage. The genetic key, the inheritance of the origin, transforms the Pasu into a Virya. The best way to clarify this fact is to ask whether there is any evident difference that demonstrates such a transformation. That is, what is the first and permanent effect of the genetic key on the Virya that converts him into a being different from the Pasu? Answer: the appearance of the ego. In effect, in the Pasu, the closest thing to the ego is the conscious subject, which never says I am, not even when it animates an autonomous entity. The Pasu, once entelechal perfection is reached or during the evolution of the conscious sphere, always acts in accordance with the objective of the finality, placing meaning on the entities, producing culture, etc. The conscious subject, in accordance with the microcosmic objective, the more it develops, the more it is imbued with the organic character of the macrocosm, the more it admires the work and the creator. In other words, the higher the level of consciousness of the conscious subject of the Pasu, the more oriented toward the macrocosm are its external references. A highly developed conscious subject is harmonically referred to the demiurge, and this definitely prevents him from manifesting as an ego or, even, from experiencing a spiritual egoism similar to that of the Virya. But how, then, is an ego characterized? Answer: by the essential certainty that the quiddity itself is something unique, indestructible, inimitable and, of course, different from the demiurge Jehovah Satan, or whatever he is called, and not created by him. Whoever experiences this essential certainty is very likely to be a lost Virya. My experience is that of the I, the feeling of being I, declares Miguel Serrano. And he continues in this way: it is wrong and dangerous to pretend that our experiences are shared by others. Something that could be taken for something simple, the experience of the I, of feeling I, could seem natural and well generalized. However, each time that I have consulted others about whether they feel I, exclusively I, in the midst of the universe, I have not succeeded in #tagging that acute experience through, finding myself as if facing an impenetrable wall. And on the faces of those consulted, almost always an expression of surprise, of bewilderment. Strangely, they had not had that experience. That was not their tuning fork. To such an extent that I have come to think that in the world, only I feel I. But, if the ego is something different from the conscious subject, if it arises in the pussy because of the genetic key and is the evidence of its transformation into a virya, what, then, is the ego? Answer: in every virya, the ego is the manifestation of the enchained spirit. Of course, we are referring to the ego defined above, to the ego of Miguel Serrano, to the ego of the absolute individual identity. This answer obliges us to make an immediate clarification in order to avoid a quite probable confusion. The answer does not tell us that the ego is the spirit, it only assures us that it is its manifestation. What does this clarification mean? What does it add to the previous answer? Answer: the clarification aims to avoid confusing the ego with a direct expression of the spirit, when we already know, from the first sections, that the enchained spirit does not know that it is. The ego, effectively, is considered the purest form of consciousness, and it may seem contradictory that on the one hand it is linked to the spirit, as evidence of the enchainment, and on the other is affirmed that the spirit ignores its enchainment. How, if the ego is consciousness, does the spirit ignore its situation? Precisely because this question constitutes an error, it was clarified that the ego is the manifestation of the enchained spirit and not the expression of the spirit itself. Although the proposed distinction seems too subtle, it becomes immediately clear when we appeal to the analogical concepts about the spirit obtained with the help of the model of the sphere. In the reverted spirit sphere section we saw that the absolute ego, of normality, was moving to the infinite ego of the abnormality of the spirit. The infinite ego was being synthesized in an infinite pole, in which all the projections of the exterior points of the sphere were converging. The infinite pole is necessarily found in the infinite, and, that is why, the projections of the vultus spiritus, the spiritual face, cross the cosmic space of the macrocosm in all directions. It results, then, that between the spirit sphere and the infinite ego, the world of finite entities, i.e., the interior macrocosm, must be complete, or, in other words, the infinite ego surpasses the world of finite entities by way of the infinite. It is as if, in figure 8, everything finite were between the violet circle and the green circle. In the following section this concept was completed. The reverted spirit sphere ignores its situation because between it and its infinite ego is interposed the absolute disorder of the archetypal order or material, as if facing an impenetrable wall. And on the faces of those consulted, almost always an expression of surprise, of bewilderment. Strangely, they had not had that experience. That was not their tuning fork. To such an extent that I have come to think that in the world, only I feel I. But, if the ego is something different from the conscious subject, if it arises in the pussy because of the genetic key and is the evidence of its transformation into a virya, what, then, is the ego? Answer: in every virya, the ego is the manifestation of the enchained spirit. Of course, we are referring to the ego defined above, to the ego of Miguel Serrano, to the ego of the absolute individual identity. This answer obliges us to make an immediate clarification in order to avoid a quite probable confusion. The answer does not tell us that the ego is the spirit, it only assures us that it is its manifestation. What does this clarification mean? What does it add to the previous answer? Answer: the clarification aims to avoid confusing the ego with a direct expression of the spirit, when we already know, from the first sections, that the enchained spirit does not know that it is. The ego, effectively, is considered the purest form of consciousness, and it may seem contradictory that on the one hand it is linked to the spirit, as evidence of the enchainment, and on the other is affirmed that the spirit ignores its enchainment. How, if the ego is consciousness, does the spirit ignore its situation? Precisely because this question constitutes an error, it was clarified that the ego is the manifestation of the enchained spirit and not the expression of the spirit itself. Although the proposed distinction seems too subtle, it becomes immediately clear when we appeal to the analogical concepts about the spirit obtained with the help of the model of the sphere. In the reverted spirit sphere section we saw that the absolute ego, of normality, was moving to the infinite ego of the abnormality of the spirit. The infinite ego was being synthesized in an infinite pole, in which all the projections of the exterior points of the sphere were converging. The infinite pole is necessarily found in the infinite, and, that is why, the projections of the vultus spiritus, the spiritual face, cross the cosmic space of the macrocosm in all directions. It results, then, that between the spirit sphere and the infinite ego, the world of finite entities, i.e., the interior macrocosm must be complete, or, in other words, the infinite ego surpasses the world of finite entities by way of the infinite. It is as if, in figure 8, everything finite were between the violet circle and the green circle. In the following section this concept was completed. The reverted spirit sphere ignores its situation because between it and its infinite ego is interposed the absolute disorder of the archetypal order or material plane. The reverted spirit is essentially opposed to said order, and such opposition creates a barrier of non-communication with its own infinite ego that is beyond the material plane. On the other hand, the infinite ego, from the infinite, only sees the supreme illusion of the archetypal order, a Maya, when looking toward the spiritual face. Such is the drama of the reverted spirit that is called strategic confusion. Let us now consider the following concept of the Hyperborean wisdom, the significance of which will finally reveal the mystery of the spiritual enchainment. The particular ego of the Virya is brought about by the reflection of the infinite ego in the image of the origin, the memory of which persists in the blood memory. Logically, several commentaries are required in order to explain such an important concept. First, the preceding concept is known by the synthetic name of spiritual enchainment and should be understood that it is alluded to every time that name is mentioned. The spiritual enchainment is the second act of the greater mystery called the white treason of the traitorous Siddhas. The first act has been, naturally, the original confusion and disorientation of the Hyperborean spirits, a mystery that we have analogically explained as the reversion of the spirit spheres. Second, on the other hand, the spiritual enchainment is produced as an effect of the traitorous Siddhas' two-phase plan, the first phase of which consists of the genetic key. According to what we have already seen, we can describe said plan in a more complete way. The first phase, the genetic key, introduces into the blood memory an image of the origin, which constitutes a perpetual inheritance that is biologically transmitted in the races of lost Viryas. Like every psychic termination, the image of the origin has a semic character, and that is why the Hyperborean wisdom denominates its symbol of the origin. In the second part it will be seen that the exterior, significant projection of the symbol of the origin is the mysterious sign of the origin, from which is derived by way of deformation and mutilation, among others, the Hyperborean swastika. The second phase of the plan, the spiritual enchainment, is fulfilled when the infinite ego, partially reflected in the symbol of the origin, brings about the particular ego of the Virya. Third, in the symbol of the origin, of the lost Virya, only a very small part is reflected of the infinite ego, which consists of the polar synthesis of the infinite gazes projected in all directions of space. This fact will be analogically explained in Article H. Fourth, it is now understood, in light of the concept of spiritual enchainment, the previous affirmation that the ego of the Virya is the manifestation of the enchained spirit and that the same should not be confused with a direct expression of the spirit. The reverted spirit, in effect, is eternal and, therefore, non-successive. This essential quality maintains it absolutely apart from the transcendent time of the macrocosm, in which finite and successive entities occur. It would be wrong, then, for a direct expression of the spirit to occur in the lost Virya, i.e., in the potential macrocosm, an entity that effectively comes about in transcendent time. On the contrary, the ego of the Virya is a manifestation of the spirit, but an indirect manifestation that is realized when some of the infinite gazers discover, in a finite entity, the symbol of the origin and are reflected in it. It is not, then, the spirit who expresses itself in the ego but, on the contrary, its manifestation occurs without the spirit's knowledge. It is evident, if the ego of the Virya participates in the infinite ego, it must suffer from its same non-communication, i.e., the abnormal disorientation caused by the white treason. The reverted spirit sphere ignores its situation because between it and its infinite ego is interposed the absolute disorder of the material plane. etc. See objective of the traitorous Siddha's plan. On numerous occasions we have mentioned the objective of the spiritual enchainment. The traitorous Siddhas were intending to complete the evolution of the animal man or Pasu so that it could comply with its finality of producing culture and placing meaning on the world. The Pasu was, at that time, evolutively stagnant, without managing to develop the conscious sphere. The genetic key was therefore pointing towards such an objective. At the time of the enchainment, the Pasu had acquired the evolutive level that figures 11 and 11b show. The conscious sphere was extremely elementary, although it was certainly existing, as was the conscious subject that was animating it. However, this situation radically changed. The Pasu developed its conscious sphere in a brief period and transformed into a great producer of culture, when the genetic key made possible the appearance of the ego of the lost Virya. Summarizing, the objective of the traitorous Siddha's plan was theoretically coinciding with the microcosmic objective of the finality of the Pasu, to completely develop the conscious sphere. But, as we have seen, the complete development of the conscious sphere leads to nontic autonomy, and in this the traitorous Siddha's plan was differing practically from the demiurge's evolutive plan. They were only going to permit those to reach ontic autonomy, the actual microcosm, who had previously incorporated themselves into the occult hierarchy of the White Brotherhood. Those who did not fulfill this last condition would be destroyed or perpetually submerged in confusion. In any case, the animal man of the earth was definitively transmuted by the concrete action of the Manu Siddha traitor, i.e., by the hereditary inclusion of the symbol of the origin in the blood memory. As has been said, subsequently the conscious sphere developed in great measure and the Viryas were able to construct great civilizations, many of which no one remembers anymore. D. The function of blood in the genetic key. Blood, of course, interests all the structures of the microcosm because its distribution forms the physical counterpart of the astral body, i.e., of the subtle vehicle of the soul. The evolutive anemic subject, even if it manifests itself in specific structures, in reality comes from the blood, from determinate functions that the blood executes in the different structures of the microcosm. It is through the blood, through an astral blood that Western science is still unaware of, that the soul manifests itself as a subject in the psychic structures of the Pasu, and in that blood, as a Hyperborean inheritance from the traitorous Siddhas, is deposited the symbol of the origin. As was explained in the section Treason and Spiritual Enchainment, the genetic key has made possible that the memory of the uncreated entity is preserved in the blood and that, through it, the Pasu is transformed into the Virya, enchaining the ego, i.e., the manifestation of the Hyperborean spirit, to the conscious subject. But we must notice here that it will be impossible for every lost Virya to comprehend the genetic key without a previous tantric initiation of the Hyperborean wisdom. In the second part, however, we will give an idea of such an initiation in an analogical description that has the virtue of throwing enough light on the genetic key. It is also possible to find many suggestive commentaries in the novel of divulgation The Mystery of the Hyperborean Wisdom and in the books of Miguel Serrano. However, although it is not convenient to enter into the incomprehensible details of the genetic key, it is essential to point out what its technique consists in the Maithuna, i.e., in the sexual act between the Manu and the members of the human species. The Maithuna constitutes for the Pasu, apart from the execution of its procreative function, a mode of sensitive knowledge. In fact, during the mating, the partner is an external entity that intensely impressions the sensorial sphere and brings the discovery of a human design to reason. The schema of such a design, obtained by means of sexual contact, possesses its active potency largely referred toward the affective sphere, that is, every thought on this schema will produce concepts of which representations correspond to the extreme case, i.e., representations that will be oriented toward the heart and will never be made conscious. This is the reason why the Pasu is not conscious, for example, of the formative phases of the potential microcosm, or son, procreated, even though its symbols are found in the schema of the conjugal design. Well, despite the fact that the predominant effective intentionality in the active potency is normally effectuated in Pasu couples, when the Maithuna is performed by the Manu the case is quite different. The traitorous siddhas modify the human design. In every entity exists a finality and a suprafinality. The first is the terminus of the universal archetype and the second the particular terminus of the demiurgic design. The potential microcosm of the Pasu, as an entity, is also sustained by a universal Manu archetype, Manu, which is incognizable due to the reasons given in the section Archetypal Memory and Reason. The particular equivalent term is the human design that we have mentioned, when studying the formation of the conscious sphere, as the discovery of the self. The theme of the human design is an ancient mystery known as the destiny of the human monad. Thus, the design of a particular Pasu expresses the destiny of its monad, a destiny that has been conceived by the demiurge and, in whose plan, exist many complementary symbols of the universal archetype. In this human design, at a point in the formative series that makes up its plan, is designated the precise moment in which the Pasu will carry out the discovery of itself and will begin its history, i.e., the conscious sphere. At that moment, and in all subsequent cases in which it experiences such a perception, an intuition of ontic autonomy occurs, which, naturally, is also interpreted as a mere subject-object differentiation. The possibility of ontic autonomy causes a highly shocking impression that is interpreted by reason as a schema of one's own design and translated by the cultural subject as the symbol of which emergence gives rise to the formation of the conscious sphere. The symbol of ontic autonomy is the first to emerge with transversal energy, but that primordial emergence does not take place in transcendent time, since the conscious subject does not yet exist, but it is the subject itself that, because of the first shocked intention, heads toward a higher zone of the psyche and there places the symbol as a center of reference to self. From this symbol is then structured the schema of self or history of the microcosm. Obtained from the practice of Maithuna, although it does not contain the complete plan of the universal archetype, has, on the other hand, many references to it. The physical structures that inspires the universal archetype, on the other hand, are, as is known, encoded in the nucleic acids of the human chromosome, but such structures are only a very small part of the plan in which a Manu archetype consists. Now, the evolutive failure of the Pasu, which motivated the intervention, in accordance with the demiurge, of the traitorous siddhas, was rooted in the scarce evolution of its conscious sphere, but, as we just saw, such evolution depends to a great extent on the discovery of itself, i.e., that its own design reveals at some point the possibility of ontic autonomy. Then, it is evident that in that phase of the plan the most important intervention of the traitorous siddhas must have taken place. And, in truth, it has thus occurred. The traitorous siddhas, faced with the impossibility of, in any way, modifying the universal archetypes, which are directly sustained by the will of the One, decided to operate upon the human design, permanently modifying the destiny of man. By that path they were hoping to achieve a rapid development of the Pasu's conscious sphere, an objective which was definitively fulfilled. Technique of the genetic key. In a few words we will describe the technique used in the genetic key. It is based on the Maithuna between a member of the human species, from which peoples and nations will descend, with a Manu Siddha traitor incarnated in an actualized body of the Manu archetype. But in that body, although the universal terminus corresponds to the Manu archetype, the particular terminus certainly cannot correspond to the demiurgic design because the design is the monadic destiny and in said body there is no monad but a Manu Siddha traitor, i.e., a Hyperborean spirit. In this way, the Manu Siddha traitor administers to the Pasu, during the Maithuna, the knowledge of a modified design in which the symbol of ontic autonomy has been substituted as a self-inductor by the uncreated symbol of the origin. But the symbol of ontic autonomy has not been eliminated but substituted, in its function of inducing the self-discovery, by the symbol of the origin, becoming a mere complement of the symbol of the origin. The reason for such a substitution obeys the second phase of the plan of the traitorous siddhas, i.e., the spiritual enchainment, because here, in the substitution of the symbol of ontic autonomy for the symbol of the origin, the infernal genius of the traitorous siddhas is better seen than in any other act. In effect, from then on, the Virya would no longer, like the Pasu, have to discover the symbol of ontic autonomy in order to initiate the formation of the conscious sphere, But the symbol of the origin would be discovered by the reverted spirit sphere, and it, without knowing it, would powerfully develop the conscious sphere. The evolutive initiative would thus be ceded, the spirit enchained to the ego, while the soul, which would serve as its seat, would receive the evolution, and the semi-divine man, the virya, would have to exhibit the permanent interior duality of the soul and the spirit. Returning to the description of the technique used in the Maithuna, let us clarify what was expressed in F, about the fact that the traitorous Siddhas, by modifying the design, were permanently modifying the destiny of man. This affirmation is due to the following fact: during the Maithuna, the design of the Manu Siddha traitor is irradiated on the microcosm of the Pasu in such a way that the substitution of the symbol of the origin is plasmated, also, in the blood of the Pasu, as an acquired characteristic. Thus, the Pasu's own design becomes definitively modified, in imitation of the design of Manu. In consequence, the technique of the genetic key causes a genetic mutation in the Pasu. This should be well understood because there are those who erroneously believe that from the copulation of angels with the daughters of men the Viryas arose, which is inexact because we already saw that, during the Maithuna, a mutation of the Pasu is produced, a mutation that is necessarily hereditary. The Virya is not, then, the hybrid fruit of the carnal sexual intercourse between angels and men, but the descendant of a Manu Siddha traitor and of a Pasu previously transmuted into a Virya due to the effect of sexual magic or the technique of the genetic key. The Virya receives, then, a double inheritance, divine from his Hyperborean ancestor and mutant from the great Pasu ancestor. However, as an effect of the Kali Yuga, many communications of Viryas have shed the racial sin of mixing their semi-divine blood with the blood of the animal man or Pasu, introducing into their temperament a strong animal tendency, i.e., involutive. Because, it must be affirmed, that valuable divine component that can convert man into a god or into a demon, the symbol of the origin, must be preserved by the pure blood. Both the technique of the genetic key of the traitorous Siddhas, i.e., the plans of Chang Shambhala, and the Hyperborean strategy of returning to the origin, of the Siddhas of Agatha, demand racism as a means of preserving the extraterrestrial inheritance. Only the elders of Zion, the chiefs of the chosen race of the demiurge Jehovah Satan, procure by all means to degrade the Hyperborean lineages of the earth. What a Hyperborean strategy of the loyal Siddhas is and why the Hebrews act that way are questions that will be responded to in detail in the second part. Finally, it should be added that the symbol of the origin, by reflecting the infinite ego, signals the beginning of the history of the microcosm or consciousness. The schema of self is structured, then, around the symbol of the origin. But, upon the symbol of the origin emerging, it does so transversely, transported by the conscious subject that thus manifests itself for the first time, and, as the symbol of the origin reflects the infinite ego and manifests an ego in the Virya, it is understood that from the first moment the conscious subject and the ego find themselves identified, profoundly confused. But the confusion between the anemic and the spiritual is a necessary condition in the plan of the traitorous Siddhas, so that the spirit impulse is the evolution of the soul. Geolocation of the ego in the Virya. The plan of the traitorous Siddhas had the objective of developing the conscious sphere of the Pasu. For this purpose, in a first phase, they plasmate the symbol of the origin in the blood memory. The second phase is automatically fulfilled when the reverted spirit is reflected, without knowing it, in the symbol of the origin and causes an ego. Evidently it is the ego that is responsible for the development of the conscious sphere, i.e., for the fulfillment of the objective of the plan, and this could not be done in any other way than through the conscious subject, which animates the conscious sphere, the seat of the ego. Its natural residence must therefore be none other than the conscious subject. However, for this to happen, the symbol of the origin should be permanently over the conscious subject. One may ask, how could that occur without the conscious subject objectively noticing and rationalizing the symbol of the origin? Answer: the symbol of the origin is an uncreated entity, i.e., not created by the demiurge, who is the one who created all the entities. Therefore, there is no universal archetype that corresponds to it on the archetypal plane of the macrocosm and, in consequence, neither is there its inverted copy in the archetypal memory of the microcosm. Reason is, in the end, incapable of interpreting the symbol of the origin because the brain has no archetypal elements with which to rationalize it. This means that the symbol of the origin does not exist for the rational subject or for the cultural subject because they cannot relate it to their respective structures. Only the conscious subject of the virya, which is in permanent contact with the symbol of the origin, would be able to apperceive it in the noological undercurrent of the ego, but such an apperception will never be rational because it lacks meaning, because it does not come from the cultural structure but from the blood. We know that meaning is the fundament of thought. Every conscious representation, every image, even the apperceived fantasies, are founded on the rational significance proposed by the cultural subject in a horizontal language. But how does one apperceive the symbol of the origin, which lacks rational significance? Answer: if the conscious subject were to apperceive the symbol of the origin, as a thought, it would only become aware of the ego as an object. It occurs this way because the content of the symbol of the origin is the ego. In that case the conscious subject would dissociate itself from the ego, and in a sort of superreflection, would manage to objectively apperceive the ego, i.e., the soul would become aware of the spirit. But, from the point of view of the Hyperborean wisdom, it is not so much what the conscious subject, the soul, experiences upon apperceiving the symbol of the origin that is of interest, but rather what the ego feels in a similar case. If the ego were able to apperceive the symbol of the origin in which it is reflected and from which it proceeds, if it were able only to intuit it, it would know at once that it is not from here and would attempt to orient itself toward the origin, tracing back the memory contained in the blood. Causing this apperception of the ego is the objective of the aim or song of the Siddhas, a strategy of the Siddhas of Agatha that will be studied in the next section. It is important to emphasize that the intuition of the symbol of the origin from the ego, that awakening, that spark of light that the spirit gives off, affects the conscious subject with the sensation of an infinite nostalgia, like a memory of another world, a reminiscence of a lost happiness, Eden, paradise, known and forgo-en heavens, divinities and terrors unsuspected until then and that overwhelm the soul. That is why the anemic reaction is typical, attempting to obstruct the blood memory of the ego, degrading the divine intuition of the origin by all the rational means at its disposal. And the ego, always, will have to struggle with the soul, with that expression of the demiurge, before accessing the origin and attempting to return to normality, to the reverted spirit sphere, to the Hyperborean spirit that is oneself. Each analogical study of the spiritual enchainment, the genetic key, has transmuted the Pasu into a virya and endowed him with a divine inheritance, the symbol of the origin in the blood memory. But, through the symbol of the origin, the spirit is enchained to the evolution of the Pasu, now a lost virya. What for the spirit constitutes a supreme evil, for the Pasu represents the greatest good. It is, of course, a terrible mystery, which must be approached with much prudence and valor. A mode of approach that can be highly suggestive consists in using the model of the sphere, which we saw in the first sections, and linking it to the analogical schema of the Pasu. We will thus have the possibility of graphically representing the lost virya in a system that keeps rigorous conceptual correspondences with the mystery of the enchained spirit. The body of the Pasu is a potential microcosm, successive in transcendent time, therefore its passing occurs within the macrocosm, where the formative potency of the archetypal plane sustains its evolution. This situation has been depicted in Figure 27, compare with Figures 9, 11 and 11b. Let us now suppose that the Pasu of Figure 27 has the symbol of the origin incorporated into it because of the genetic key. What is the effect? Answer: let us remember that the gazes of the reverted spirit sphere traverse throughout cosmic space, i.e., the world of finite entities, to meet at the infinite pole where the synthesis of the infinite ego is realized. Figure 27 238. This situation should remain unalterable for the infinite ego since the spirit sphere is eternal and, therefore, not successive in transcendent time. However, at the coming of the pralaya, when the one concludes his day of manifestation and the material order is dissolved, then the spirit sphere will be able to reorient itself, since the world of finite entities will no longer stand between it and its infinite ego. But, until that day arrives, the spirit sphere will have to remain in absolute disorientation. But, behold, the traitorous siddhas introduce into the macrocosm the uncreated symbol of the origin, and some of the infinite gazes are reflected in it, procuring to orient themselves toward the origin. Thus, in the symbol of the origin is synthesized an ego that participates in the infinite ego. Here is the answer to the previous question. In Figure 28 is shown the intersection of the pasu with an expanded infinite pole of the infinite ego, by effect of the genetic key. It is thus seen that the virya participates to some extent in the infinite ego. To study such participation in more detail, it is useful to observe Figure 29, in which only the spirit sphere and the psychic structure of the pasu have been represented. It should not be forgotten, of course, that this situation takes place in the ambit of the macrocosm. We see there that the light sphere has been marked with a thicker stroke, and that in its interior, on a concave abline, some gazes of the spirit sphere are reflected. Analogically, the abline corresponds to the profile of the symbol of the origin. It is concave because the orientation of spiritual gnosis is marked by the concave, as explained in the section The Normal Spirit Sphere. Well, the spirit manifests itself on the abline as the ego of the virya, an ego that spontaneously tends to confuse itself with the conscious subject due to the fact that the ab symbol of the origin is always situated in the light sphere by determination of the genetic key. The spiritual enchainment introduces the infinite into the microcosm. The macrocosm is a world of finite and successive entities. Neither on the archetypal plane nor even in the archetypal memory of the microcosm is there an infinite archetype. Much less is there any design that reveals it. The infinite, then, is a knowledge essentially forbidden to the pasu. Whence, this incomprehensible fact has occurred. The virya is a finite entity that participates in the infinite. But, being so, in what place of the microcosm, in what structure, in which dimension, where, in short, is it necessary to seek that interior infinite of the virya? Answer: the actual, real, complete infinite, can only be in the infinite ego. Therefore, it can only be found when the ego of the virya transcends the finitude of the conscious subject, of the soul, of the scheme of self, and knows itself to be alien to evolution, a reflection of the eternity of the spirit. Only then, also such a liberation, also the great deception has been broken, is the unthinkable transit between the finite and the infinite possible. Only then is the reversion of the reverted spirit sphere possible, the return to its normality. Figure 29. In order to clarify this answer, we have to distinguish exactly between the lost ego and the awakened ego that constitute the two modes of acting of the virya's ego. Of these, only the awakened ego is capable of gnostically accessing the infinite of its own essence as the culmination of a Hyperborean strategy. The other, the lost ego, will never know itself to be infinite because it is temporalized, identified with the conscious subject. It must first liberate itself, awaken from the deception, before even conceiving the spiritual transcendence, the mutation of the virya into a siddha. That is why the Hyperborean wisdom qualifies the viryas as lost or awakened, according to the quality of their empirical ego. The infinite ego is insubstantial, the polar synthesis of the spirit. The symbol of the origin, on the other hand, is substantial. Like every psychic termination, it is a semic element of energetic substance. But the infinite ego, when reflected in the symbol of the origin, generates the ego of the virya that may be substantial or insubstantial according to its lost or awakened condition. The genetic key of the traitorous siddhas aims to produce, in the pasu, an ego as substantial as possible, i.e., a hypostasis of the infinite ego. In this way its infinitude is attenuated. Thus, a lost ego is obtained, which total activity can be taken advantage of in order to impulse the evolution of the soul. The lost ego arises in the bosom of the conscious subject, confused with the lahasha, as a hypostasis of the infinite ego denominated persona. That is to say, behind the personality of the virya, in his persona, breathes a lost ego that is the hypostasis of the infinite ego, the reflection of the eternal spirit. Only he who makes the inverse transit, from the mere personality to the substantial lost ego, and who transcends that hypostasis that is seated on the symbol of the origin and arrives at the symbol itself, will have the certain possibility of accessing the actual infinite, the spirit. But the interior discovery of that possibility of liberation was forbidden from the beginning to the Virya, who was not yet being called by that name. As will be explained in the second part, in exposing the strategy of the Siddhas, the intervention of Christos Lucifer definitively altered the plans of the traitorous Siddhas and lay open a path for the liberation of the captive spirits. Since then, whoever manages to be included in the strategy of the Siddhas, can opt to apply one of the 7 ways of liberation of the Hyperborean wisdom in order to find and follow the inverse path that leads to the Vril, to him, to the semi-divine man who fights against the demiurge and his allies to liberate the captive spirit, and who follows, for this purpose, the inverse path of the pure blood. Only to him was given the name of Virya. This Virya is, of course, the awakened Virya, possessor of an insubstantial awakened ego, capable of apprehending the symbol of the origin in the pure blood and hearing the song of Amor of the Siddhas. The motive for these fundamentals of the Hyperborean wisdom is, precisely, to grant to the lost ego the necessary elements to empty the transmutation into an awakened Virya, i.e., to seek his awakened ego and discover himself as infinite, insubstantial, a reflection of the eternal spirit. Because only the awakened Virya can successfully empty the reversion of the reverted spirit sphere, an operation that, if performed from the microcosm, can transmute him, in turn, into an immortal Siddha, with his body of pure Vajra, indestructible on the physical plane. Dressed to the lost Viryas, will be theoretically described later so that it stimulates and fundaments the yearning for spiritual liberation of every Virya. Although the lost ego is a hypostasis of the infinite ego, and is permanently confused with the conscious subject, a transcendental intuition of the infinite is not infrequent because, despite the objective of the genetic key, with the spiritual enchainment, the infinite has come to be installed in the interior of the microcosm. But such an intuition, which comes from the spirit, i.e., from the eternal, presents itself in the light sphere as mere fantasy and ends up being rationalized by the apperceived flexion of the conscious subject lost ego. See section Functioning of the Pussy's Conscious Sphere of Consciousness, Article G. This occurs because the ego, which is essentially atemporal, i.e., non-successive and much less historical, is submerged in the conscious historical subject, forming with it the persona of the lost Virya. In that hypostasis the ego loses the encompassing power of eternity and is bound to the immanent present, pouring into the dialectical strip of time its own metaphysical intuitions. But, the intuition of the infinite cannot be a sacred symbol because it does not participate in any universal archetype, hence the impossibility of reason to interpret it and the incomprehensible solution of the potential infinite to which it always arrives. In the lost Virya the reduction of the intuition of the infinite gives rise to the concept of the potential infinite, i.e., to a semic slice of a relationship of the cultural structure. The procedure is the following: reason establishes a relationship between unitary principles. Such a relationship can be subsequently equated, by systematic operations of the cultural subject, to any cultural object or extensive ideal. Well, in said relationship exist concepts, i.e., contextual meanings in certain habitual languages, for example, idiomatic, algebraic, geometric, logical, etc., which propose the possibility of endlessly dividing the extension or indefinitely increasing it by always adding a new unit. Of course, this rational indefinition is only a propositional significance and has nothing to do with the actual, real infinite of the infinite ego. The lack of an end to every interminable addition or division only demonstrates the impossibility of the subject to surpass the duration that would really ensue such an interminable operation. Deducting the limits of the infinitesimal calculus that are only supposed, never effectively reached by a continuous operation. Naturally, this systematic and unashainable infinite can only be potential since it consists in the possibility, enclosed in the concept, of never reaching the end. From here, all the lost Viryas who have emptied to surpass the potential infinite, seeking the transfinite, have ended up in frustration or madness due to their ignorance of the fundamentals of the Hyperborean wisdom. Our science, in effect, teaches the way toward the actual infinite, which is not, nor can it be, a mere concept but the most elevated spiritual experience. The actual infinite is incomprehensible, i.e., it is unattainable by reason, it can only be experienced by the awakened ego, its own essence. In synthesis, the lost Virya must convince himself that it is impossible to reach the actual infinite starting from the concept of the potential infinite. The actual infinite is not something to be reached at the end of an operation, which is paradoxically considered interminable or potential, a coming to be, a possibility. This is like attributing an evolutive or successive characteristic to the infinite, like believing that it is a future event toward which one progresses, an end in the endless. A finality in the teleological sense that the demiurge has determined for all entities, i.e., the potential, possible infinite is, against all attempts to disguise it, only a future infinite, projected in time, an unreal infinite. But in the future of every time is not the infinite but the pralaya, the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. The error comes from thinking of infinity with a lost ego, contaminated by immanent time, thus allowing reason to interpret and propose its concept, i.e., reason to conceive what is essentially inconceivable. Because the actual infinite cannot be reached because it always is, it is real at all times because it is perfect outside of time, it is always present, from its eternity, in the pure ego of the Virya, over the symbol of the origin, in the purity of the blood. To it one must arrive. But this arriving is neither temporal nor spatial but strategic or, if you will, Gnostic. This is what the Hyperborean wisdom refers to when it speaks of arriving at the vril, arriving at the infinite, arriving at the awakened ego, etc., not to a spatio-temporal transit but to a strategic leap toward the symbol of the origin, an act that is denominated blood purification, and it is already the principal objective of the Hyperborean initiation. In the strategic arriving, Chronos, time, is not of interest, but Kairos, the opportunity to ahashak the enemy and win eternity, because Kairos is both a moment and eternity, the moment in which the warrior dies and wins the eternity of Valhalla, which is why Kairos can only consist of a fulcrum from which space and time are traversed toward eternity. Only a lost ego that acts in the right Kairos can arrive at the actual infinite, the infinite ego. At this point it is convenient to reread the following section, taken from our work of divulgation Secret History of the Theology Zelska. There is a common Hyperborean meaning in the events that the Viryas of our history protagonize, but this meaning, this intention, this tendency to mutation, is not a logical but a strategic category. It cannot be apprehended with reason because it is not rational, but neither is it irrational. There is here another paradox, which is just and necessary. We will now see why. A strategy is a means, or the planning of the means, in order to obtain an aim. In war, the strategy is the total set of measures that must be taken to obtain success, i.e., to impose our will on the enemy. For the Hyperborean Viryas it is clear and patent that there is a cosmic war and that we are all involved in it. The blood confusion that the lost Viryas suffer is also an action of war, a satanic tactical action, to prevent the awakening, the return to the origin, and the liberation from the great deception. That is why we say that all actions of the Hyperborean Viryas are of a strategic category, and that, as long as one does not possess a clear vision of the strategies at play, it is not possible to interpret such actions. When a people are collectively identified with a philosophy or religion, going to the extreme of regulating daily life according to norms, precepts, or laws emanated from such philosophy or religion, we say that they constitute a way of life for those who practice it. Thus we say Buddhism is a way of life, or they govern their life by the Decalogue of Moses, or the Neoplatonists were living in accordance with the Stoic philosophy, etc. In an analogous way it can be considered that strategy is the Hyperborean Virya's way of life. And if, when we see a mendicant monk of India meditating for long hours and fulfilling all the Buddhist rites, we say he lives every minute of his life according to his religion and it is always present in him, we must also, analogously, say the Hyperborean Virya lives every minute of his life according to the Hyperborean strategy and it is always present in him, indicating to him the path of return. To make these affirmations clearer, let us briefly consider the hypothetical steps that a lost Virya would follow to find the path of return. It will thus become evident that such steps are nothing other than tactical movements, i.e., strategic categories. 2. Initially, the Virya is lost. The satanic strategy, the principal tactic of which is based on confusion, on creating confusion, or increasing the existing one, contributes to perpetuate that state. The following rule must be kept in mind here: for the Synagogue, culture is a strategic weapon. The Virya seeks to orient himself, and for this purpose he puts himself on alert. This is the first strategic category incorporated into ordinary life. The permanent state of alertness will eventually lead him to doubt reality, its sensible appearance, and to distrust reason and the rational, which will reveal themselves as accomplices of the great deception. Under these conditions, it is possible to awaken, to convert oneself into an awakened Virya, by the experience of a nostalgia for another world. That primordial world that is intuited, that acts with the force of the return, is the fatherland of the spirit, and its memory is contained in the blood. It had been forgotten, and that forgetfulness occasioned the loss of orientation, confusion, and transformed him into a lost Virya. But when experiencing the Mina, the blood memory, other eyes that never sleep will be opened, different from the physical eyes that only see the illusion, and a permanent state of alertness will be assumed, necessary in order not to cede to the enemy's strategy and fall into a new and greater confusion. If this occurred, the Virya is already a strategic subject of whom it can be said, all his movements aim at a single end, nothing can deviate him from his path, his valor and intrepidness know no limits. In short, he is an awakened Virya. The awakened Virya will relentlessly go into combat against the element Aves, without evaluating the probable outcome of his struggle, i.e., without projecting himself in time. Only the action itself will interest him, to the extent that it contributes to exalt his heroic or mystical virtue to such a degree that any return to ordinary life, to the great deception, becomes unbearable. That human limit that can only be reached when the mind has been stripped of every dogma, of every moral, of every material desire, of every bond with the world, that primordial summit to which can only be climbed in the heat of combat, that spiritual height inaccessible to anyone who possesses a hint of evolutive materiality, of duality, or of opposition to duality, that point of no return to which these sentences and many others allude is, with all precision, the product of the pure blood. But when one speaks of blood impurity, this concept should never be confused with that of racial impurity, in the meaning of race mixing, miscegenation, or bastardization. It is true that ethnic miscegenation causes a genetic confusion and that this increases the strategic confusion of the Virya, but it is only a part of the problem and, we would say, the least. Blood impurity is an esoteric concept of the Hyperborean wisdom that refers to the Gnostic content of the blood and, of course, to another blood, different from the mere lymphatic plasma or hemoglobin. We must bear in mind, then, that racial purity is a favorable factor, but that this by itself assures nothing with regard to blood purity. And it is of no use, for example, a racially pure people like the Celts, if they are totally dominated by the synarchic strategy. That is why when the awakened Virya decides to go to combat in order to purify his blood, this attitude, by itself, makes him independent of his degree of ethnic and genetic miscegenation, matically guided by a leader or Führer. This case is dealt with at length in our work, Treatise on the SS Psychosocial Strategy. The awakened Viryas are charismatically linked to each other, due to their common origin, by a synchronistic tie that we call catena aurea or golden chain. It is a non-physical bond, inapprehensible to reason, so we will momentarily desist from explaining it, although we will return to speak of it later. For now we will only say that the awakened Virya, the one who has sensed the Mina and traces the catena aurea toward the origin, incipiently possesses a condition that places him beyond any racial qualification or social pigeonholing. We do not say that this condition makes him superior, but that it places him outside of any standard of measurement. This condition is denominated Hyperborean lineage and refers to a concept of race of the spirit totally unknown to the common people because of the fierce concealment of which it has been the subject. We were saying that the condition of possessing Hyperborean lineage, the awakened Viryas possess it, incipiently. What do we mean by incipient Hyperborean lineage? Let us first look at a vulgar interpretation of the phrase incipient lineage. Before responding according to the Hyperborean wisdom, the word lineage refers to the familial ancestry, i.e., the blood ties, and these are possessed or not, without a choice. On the other hand, incipient means to begin, so that if we say Pedro, of the Perez family, has an incipient lineage, we mean Pedro begins to have lineage of the Perezes, which can only refer to some characteristic of the Perezes that distinguishes them and that clearly stands out in the members of the stirpe, i.e., a familial hereditary profile that begins to manifest itself in Pedro or that Pedro incipiently represents. Therefore, to speak of the lineage of a person does not consist in alluding to the mere fact of belonging to this or that family, but implies a whole universe of races, qualities, and styles that tend to form a well-defined familial type. In this respect, Jacques de Mayhew writes, in homogeneous lineages, the existence of such a type cannot be doubted. The common language itself admits it when it uses the expression family resemblance. Civilization, beginning with the French Revolution, has suppressed from Western culture. However, it is still possible to observe that in those non-massified domains of human activity, i.e., where it is essential to count on some artisanal ability, the laws of lineage continue imposing themselves. In the human order, says Jacques de Mayhew, it is well known, although questioned by the deniers of the inheritance of acquired characteristics, that several generations are necessary to form a good worker in certain difficult trades, glass-making for example. We have more confidence, in this respect, in the testimony and, above all, in the practice of industrialists who affirm the reality of the phenomenon, than in the assertions of scientific theoreticians. Besides, were not those transformists of the last century contradicting themselves who, while denying the inheritance of habits, were founding their theory of the evolution of the species on a gradual modification of the generations under the effect of the environment, a modification that could only be brought about by the hereditary transmission of the progress made? We now know that a lineage can be incipient in an individual if it weakly represents the characteristics of the familial type. It is a concept that includes the idea of development or evolution. There is a type and a path, the biological differentiation toward the type. That is to say, a being and a becoming. That is why the realization of the familial tendency is the best adaptation of a member to the figure of the type or the metaphysical archetype that supports it and of which is its visible expression. Let us now respond to the question about the incipient Hyperborean lineage that an awakened Virya possesses by using concepts from the Hyperborean wisdom. The Hyperborean lineage does not recognize types. However, analogous to the case of the familial lineage, there is a tendency in the Virya that impulses him toward a realization. This tendency emerges from the pure blood, from the mina, and the realization toward which it points is obtained by an inverse path, marching backward, seeking the Hyperborean origin of the spirit. There is not here, as in the case of Pedro Perez, a becoming of something determinate, the confirmation of a type. On the contrary, in the inverse way, the dissolution of every type occurs, culminating the process in a sudden ontological indetermination. Marching along the inverse path of return, one finally accesses an uncreated state that can only be qualified as pure possibility. It is the realization of the Hyperborean tendency of the pure blood that is called spirit or vril. This realization implies the definitive mutation of the awakened Virya into an immortal Siddha and his liberation from the material order that rules creation. The spirit or vril is indescribable and it is prudent to refer to it as pure possibility. However, the only civilization, beginning with the French Revolution, has suppressed from Western culture. However, it is still possible to observe that in those non-massified domains of human activity, i.e., where it is essential to count on some artisanal ability, the laws of lineage continue imposing themselves. In the human order, says Jacques de Mayhew, it is well known, although questioned by the deniers of the inheritance of acquired characteristics, that several generations are necessary to form a good worker in certain difficult trades, glass-making for example. We have more confidence, in this respect, in the testimony and, above all, in the practice of industrialists who affirm the reality of the phenomenon, than in the assertions of scientific theoreticians. Besides, were not those transformists of the last century contradicting themselves who, while denying the inheritance of habits, were founding their theory of the evolution of the species on a gradual modification of the generations under the effect of the environment, a modification that could only be brought about by the hereditary transmission of the progress made. We now know that a lineage can be incipient in an individual if it weakly represents the characteristics of the familial type. It is a concept that includes the idea of development or evolution. There is a type and a path, the biological differentiation toward the type. That is to say, a being and a becoming. That is why the realization of the familial tendency is the best adaptation of a member to the figure of the type or the metaphysical archetype that supports it and of which is its visible expression. Let us now respond to the question about the incipient Hyperborean lineage that an awakened Virya possesses by using concepts from the Hyperborean wisdom. The Hyperborean lineage does not recognize types. However, analogous to the case of the familial lineage, there is a tendency in the Virya that impulses him toward a realization. This tendency emerges from the pure blood, from the mina, and the realization toward which it points is obtained by an inverse path, marching backward, seeking the Hyperborean origin of the spirit. There is not here, as in the case of Pedro Perez, a becoming of something determinate, the confirmation of a type. On the contrary, in the inverse way, the dissolution of every type occurs, culminating the process in a sudden ontological indetermination. Marching along the inverse path of return, one finally accesses an uncreated state that can only be qualified as pure possibility. It is the realization of the Hyperborean tendency of the pure blood that is called spirit or vril. This realization implies the definitive mutation of the awakened Virya into an immortal Siddha and his liberation from the material order that rules creation. The spirit or vril is indescribable and it is prudent to refer to it as pure possibility. However, the only concept of existence that the Hyperborean wisdom possesses corresponds to the vril. That is to say that nothing spiritual has existence outside of the vril and that all intermediate psychic states must be regarded as illusory. Nothing exists outside of the vril because to obtain the vril is to be outside of everything. And everything is the universe of the One, of the Mahashur ordering demiurge whose existence pervades everything and whose will supports the things of the concrete world. For these reasons, for the Hyperborean wisdom, the Pusu does not exist because its soul is a projection of the hypostatic monad that the demiurge thought and emanated. Evolution only offers an illusory development of the conscious subject that can never surpass its own archetype or the ultimate monad. The soul of the Pusu may appear as very evolved and even great, or very holy, but it is pure illusion. Its existence is subject to the great cosmic cycles and has fatal dissolution in the pralaya or mahapralaya. When culminating one of these great cycles of evolutive manifestation of Mahashur or Manvantara, the phagocytation of all that is created by the great deceiver is produced and signifies the end of all masters, gurus, Korans, rishis, etc. Every Virya must always keep in mind the following strategic rule: there is no possible alternative of existence outside of the conquest of the vril. That is to say, there is no other alternative to exist, apart from the mutation. Although the lost ego is only a hypostasis of the infinite ego, and the actual infinite only comes to it as a metaphysical intuition, its presence is felt with such intensity that it generally determines the persona of the Virya. In the personality of the Virya is thus transmuted a characteristic that directly depends on the infinite, on how close his persona is to the awakened ego, i.e., on his purity of blood. This characteristic is denominated consciousness of the completion of the entity and can be formulated like this: the greater the consciousness of the completion of the entity, the greater the dependence on the design, i.e., the lesser the blood purity, the greater the strategic distance between the lost ego and the awakened ego, and, inversely, the greater the consciousness of the incompleteness of the entity, the lesser the dependence on the demiurgic design, i.e., the greater the blood purity, the lesser the strategic distance between the lost ego and the awakened ego. For example, the Pusu is clearly differentiated from the lost Virya by said characteristic, while to the Pusu the entity always appears finished, complete in its finitude; to the Virya the entity always appears incomplete, mere appearance that hides being or imperfect reality, while to the Pusu, resentation of its schema, i.e., of its truth; to the Virya, as his blood purity increases, the entity becomes more and more suspicious. From this fact arises the curious consequence that a great rational intelligence, i.e., a great capacity to interpret the truth of the entity in numerous contextual languages, is in no way indicative of a greater spirituality but, on the contrary, it indicates a great determination of the evolutive anemic subject over the lost ego, unless, of course, such rationality is only an independent structural property of the ego, because of the purity of blood. The virya, in that case, will continue finding the entities all the more suspicious the more concepts of them the translative faculty of the cultural subject reveals to him. The awakened virya, on the other hand, is not only capable of apprehending the actual infinite but also of applying it to his strategic ends. In this consists, for example, the fence function, which will be explained later on, which makes it possible to apply, in every space of macrocosmic signification, an infinite fence, i.e., a fence on which the infinite pole has been projected. Thus a plaza is obtained, a liberated area in the macrocosm outside the control of the demiurge, within which the awakened virya, a potential microcosm, is situated in order to strategically move toward Valhalla. J. The golden chain. We will highlight a concept already seen, which we will take from the paragraph of The Strange Adventure of Dr. A. C. Gnagel, previously cited. The awakened viryas are charismatically linked to each other, due to their common origin, by a synchronistic bond that we call catena aurea or golden chain. It is a non-physical link incomprehensible to reason. Although this concept will only be fully comprehended when the O-strategy of the Hyperborean Siddhas is known, which we will expose in the second part, it is convenient to make some clarifications here. First of all, we confirm what seems obvious: the charismatic bonding between viryas because of their common origin is due to the presence in them, in their blood memory, of the symbol of the origin. However, it is necessary to make a very important observation here: charismatic bonding does not occur because of the symbol of the origin but, on the contrary, it is an acausal phenomenon. Or, if we want to make it even simpler, let us say that the charismatic bonding and the symbol of the origin form part of the same phenomenon. Tie, magnetism, gravity, or any other phenomenon of forces of action at a distance. The viryas, on the other hand, whether lost or awakened, are all synchronistically connected by the common origin, this connection forming an acausal bond, independent of transcendent time and space. And it is worth highlighting that, although most of the lost viryas ignore it, the golden chain grants the marvelous possibility of acquiring, through the pure blood, the highest level that another virya has reached in any part of the world. Of course, such a possibility can only be taken advantage of by one who is situated in the strategic space of a mystique. In order to give greater clarity to this subject, we are going to transcribe here the section The Hyperborean Mystique, a Magical Social Motor, taken from our work treatise on the SS Psychosocial Strategy. It only remains to notice that the same subject, but from another point of view, will be treated again in the second part. Section 4, The Hyperborean Mystique, a Magical Social Motor. Mysticism is an attitude of man toward the divinity, an attitude that leads to an ultimate interior experience denominated mystical ecstasy, in which the personal bond between man and God is established. So that the mystical attitude concludes in the mystical ecstasy and the interior transcendent experience is reached, a mediating agent denominated charisma must intervene. Let us remember that the mystic is not initiated and therefore profane, but the transcendent experience that he pursues and obtains belongs to the highest order of esoteric gnosis, so that the charisma must overcome, as in initiation, all obstacles, rational, moral, biological, etc. that stand between him and the divinity. The charismatic agent intervenes in an apparently gratuitous and contingent manner upon certain mystics, this intervention being so incomprehensible and inscrutable that some profane thinkers attributed it to the whim of God, rightly calling it $1 of God or divine grace. But the Hyperborean Wisdom, the pale reflections of which survive in some esoteric traditions, affirms that the charismatic agent is perpetually present on a plane absolutely transcendent to the immanent world of Mahashur and is denominated Paraclete. It is what Christian theology has denominated the Holy Spirit, mistakenly including it as one of the persons of the Trinity, i.e., an aspect of YHVH Satan. Jewish Kabbalah also perverts the absolutely transcendent character of the Paraclete by linking it to the pantheistic immanence of Jehovah Satan. We will see in the second part a deeper definition of the Paraclete. For now let us continue rereading the transcribed section. The Hyperborean Wisdom teaches that the Paraclete, or charismatic agent, is sympathetically bonded to the blood, to a reminiscent content that it possesses in some beings and which is denominated mina, the inheritance of the symbol of the origin. Hence the apparent lack of worldly logic in the manifestation of the charismatic agent, because it only intervenes in those mystics who have sensed the reminiscence that grants the blood mina. Not all can sense the mina, and many who sense it do not know that they sense it. To sense the mina is to access its Gnostic content, and this is only achieved when, immersed in the mysterious torrent of the blood, the re-encounter with the foregoing truth is produced, i.e., made unconscious. This re-encounter is not necessarily a memory but the reminiscence of one's own lost divinity and the intimate certainty of belonging to another order of spiritual existence for which Mahashur is hateful and the reality of the world essentially evil. An infinite nostalgia immediately follows the reminiscence, which can only be mitigated by the hope of return. The mina, then, is not so much the memory as the reminiscence and even the nostalgia that must be intimately experienced as an act prior to mystical ecstasy, which is reached through the charismatic mediation of the Paraclete. That is why the Hyperborean Wisdom sustains a broader concept of charisma in the sense of a personal attribute that can be conquered and developed for one's own benefit and for the race. The personal charisma would be in this case the sensitive effect, product of the acausal intervention of the charismatic agent or Paraclete, in the mystical ecstasy, an ecstasy that is only possible to experience if one has previously experienced the blood mina, that nostalgia. From this concept exists a whole secret technique, which enables the development of personal charisma, founded on the possibility of accessing the mina by means of the Hyperborean principle of blood purification. This principle alludes to the astral blood, subtle complement of the physical blood and intermediary between the spirit and the physical body. According to said principle, the mina is not present in all anthropomorphic beings but in those descendants of the cosmic Hyperborean race, of Christos Lucifer, the only ones who deserve the qualification of semi-divine men or viryas. But, even in these, there are different degrees of impurity in the astral blood that hinder or impede the access to the mina and its liberating nostalgia. It is then necessary to purify the astral blood so that the contained memory of the mina manifests itself. This is achieved by means of secret techniques that contemplate the possibility of knowing exactly if the man is of Hyperborean lineage and, if so, what degree of impurity in the astral blood obscures the contained memory of the mina. The Hyperborean Wisdom affirms that if a Siddha wishes during the Kali Yuga or Dark Age to recognize the Hyperborean lineage in races degraded and degenerated by the blood impurity, with a view to its purification and regeneration, only 7 possible ways are available to him, one of which requires the effective possession of the Graal. The secret techniques, which are also 7, one for each path, make possible the purification of the astral blood to such an elevated degree that they can provoke the transmutation of the virya into a siddha, i.e., of the semi-divine man into an immortal divine Hyperborean. In another order, it is also possible to develop the personal charisma of a leader so that, in the leading of a people, he exerts that charismatic fascination of the great chiefs upon the mass of the people. Even a ruling elite could be charismatically endowed if there is some way for the selection of the viryas and the secret technique is applied. Let us now clarify a widespread error which consists in analogically relating personal charisma to physical magnetism, in the belief that the Lahashur behaves like the former. In this crude scientific analogy, the charismatic man possesses an intense force field that is perceived by other men thanks to the interference of fields that is produced when situating himself in their vicinity. It is then said that such a man possesses personal magnetism and charisma, like the forces of action at a distance in physics, associated with the notion of magnitude and spatial extension. The Hyperborean Wisdom teaches none of this, but instead affirms that the personal charisma that a leader collectively transmits to the masses is in reality perceived by each one in particular thanks to a phenomenon of synchrony. This is the reason why personal charisma, however intense it may be, is never infallible but only affects those who, by their spiritual lineage and degree of blood purity, i.e., by the quality of their mina, can perceive it to a greater or lesser extent. But this perception is not merely sensitive but eminently transcendent and spiritual, as corresponds to a superior personal virtue, which is charisma and not a blind and deceptive force. We now have a Bahasha-defined concept of what a mystic is. The Hyperborean Wisdom assures us that every Virya, no Mahasha how impure his blood may be, possesses potential mystical conditions susceptible to being awakened and suitably oriented for the benefit of the individual and the race. This awakening of mysticism can be induced by the personal charisma of an especially jized chief, leader, or guru. In fact, all the founders of religions and even the founders of simple religious orders, for example, had a great personal charisma that enabled them to gather around them people of the most varied condition, who were feeling impassioned toward the new faith. This charisma, which the leaders possess to a high degree and that seems to be an indispensable element to guarantee success in the conduction of communities and the foundation of enduring collective organizations, is the principle on which a mystique is based. Indeed, a Hyperborean mystique, or simply mystique, is always the collective perception of a charisma that in turn can be sustained by the presence of a visible leader or arise from a small group of hidden persons. But, whatever the case, the charismatic bonding between Viryas always has, as its center, the blood, the symbol of the origin that constitutes the common inheritance of the Hyperborean lineage. Let us now clarify those who can develop a charismatic center. When one speaks of the esoteric and the exoteric, it is usually said that the second is the profane expression of the first. Thus a religion is the exterior, profane, exoteric aspect of an esoteric, internal, initiatic secret doctrine, jealously guarded by priests or gurus from whom emanates the charisma perceived by the faithful, which is denominated mystique. But, while this is a true fact in the perpetuation of religions, in the beginning of the religious movement, only one leader, a possessor of a powerful charisma and expositor of revealed truth, may have acted. Intellectually acted by this truth but, fundamentally, persuaded in their credulity by the personal charisma, men harmoniously group themselves around that center of power that is the leader. In these and in all cases, the mystique is the expression of a charisma that, perceived by many, acts as a binding or ordering agent around the object of the mystique. Let us look at an example. An army can be very well equipped and organized but demonstrate mediocre behavior in operations. The presence of a charismatic leader will revert this situation by introducing an adequate mystique in order to elevate the operational performance that ensures victory. To do so, he will appeal in principle to patriotism or faith. It does not mahasha too much, in reality, the conceptual content of his discursive and oratory harangue because the mystique predisposes men to believe and on the other hand, as we have already seen, in the warrior function the form predominates over being. That is why the chief will clearly present the standard to follow and the example to imitate. The figure of a legendary hero, a god of war or a virgin of the armies will be exalted, a divinity to which it is necessary to imitate and from which protection is expected. Slogans will be fixed, hymns will be sung, advances or parades will be undertaken, uniforms and distinctions, flags and shields will be designed, and other infinite variants of the formal determination. In a short time an astonishing change will be observed. Yesterday's army, of dubious morale and unreliable efficacy, has been transformed into a war machine, into an organically disciplined structure of which operational performance is immensely superior. Such is the beneficial effect obtained by realizing the function of command within the framework of a mystique. But, on the other hand, the mystique seen in this way is something clearly morphological, the perception of which gives rise to experiences of a transcendent order. This is to allude to the semiotic character that the mystique presents as a sensitive and intelligible form since, like the symbol, the mystique reveals its being to whoever is capable of apprehending it. That is why we say that, the mystique is a form sustained by a being called charisma. Pages ago we defined mystique as the collective perception of a charisma that in turn can be sustained by the presence of a visible leader or arise from a small group of hidden persons. For the benefit of the subsequent exposition, it is convenient to clearly establish what is understood by collective perception of a charisma in this definition. Charisma is the expression of the Paraclete or Holy Spirit, and its recollection can only be experienced from the blood mina. This means to speak of an absolutely transcendent and individual experience to which we call mystical ecstasy, and to which it is not even possible to imagine related to the collective insofar as this concept alludes to what is relative to any gathering of individuals, as defined by the Sapenia Dictionary. What do we then mean when speaking of a collective perception of the charisma? Answer: that, in the framework of the mystique, individual charismatic experiences, different and unique in themselves, synchronistically coincide in time and space. Which does not at all mean that such experiences are collective in the sense in which we call common experiences or phenomena of which perception, one and the same, is shared by many, such as the observation of an eclipse or the hearing of a melody. The Hyperborean Wisdom denominates charismatic bonding to the event of the charismatic coincidence in the framework of the mystique, and this is the only concession that it makes regarding the collective. Therefore, when in the framework of a mystique the charismatic bonding among men is established, which is nothing other than the collective perception of the charisma mentioned above, this fact should be interpreted by giving to the collective the conceptual dimension of spatial temporal coincidence of individuals instead of the more common idea of mass or mob. We are aware of the difficulty that this distinction entails, so we will try to clarify the issue even more in the next section v. For now let us recall the thesis of section 3. There we demonstrated that in the priestly and warrior functions the form predominates over the being. From this it is inferred that the being can be determined by means of an adequate management of the form in the priestly or warrior function, a possibility that constitutes the principle of the control of human groups in the psychosocial strategy. Now then, the mystique being by definition a form that reveals the being, the charisma, it is understood that the mystique is the formal instrument adequate to operate on human communities in the objective of qualitatively fixing the priestly or warrior functions, or simply to evoke a determinate collective archetype. That is why the mystique, just as we have defined it here, is the system traditionally used by the great Hyperborean guides of humanity, for example, the Führer, who succeeded in producing the charismatic bonding in the totality of the German people. Another paragraph of the same work can contribute to further clarify the fundamental theme of the charismatic bonding of the golden chain. B. Thesis. Let us recall the last concept of section 4. We have established a fact: the mystique is a morphological structure container of which ontological content is a being called charisma. And the charisma or charismatic agent, as we saw, is the expression of the Paraclete or Holy Spirit which, as well as God inasmuch as the Holy Spirit is God himself, manifests himself on a plane absolutely transcendent to the immanent plane of Mahashur. The Paraclete is therefore inexperienceable and inapprehensible on the physical plane, and if its expression, the charisma, is perceptible for some men, it is only by virtue of the contained memory of the mina, which means to speak of an individual experience given that the mina is something personal, different from one person to another. The charismatic bonding of more than one man, several, or many is the same. It can only take place in the framework of the mystique. But the charismatic bonding between viryas experienced in the framework of the mystique is, as we saw, a synchronistic and acausal phenomenon, i.e., a phenomenon that does not occur because of interactions of force fields, since this would be equivalent to admi-hashing causal relationships in the phenomena of collective charisma between viryas. However, the hypothesis of force fields or collective magnetism is the most accepted, even dogmatically, in modern mass psychology, and the reason for this is that the mentioned fields seem to possess real existence and in part generate diverse phenomena of collective psychology. But said collective phenomena caused by fields of animal or human magnetism have nothing to do with the charismatic bonding manifested to men by virtue of a mystique. For the Hyperborean Wisdom, the fact of the mass of men does not exist, not even in full multitude. Always, alone or together, near or far, the viryas remain one in the mystery of the blood, and if any link exists between them, it is that of the catena aurea, the golden, synchronistic, non-causal cord of the symbol of the origin, which binds, outside the material determinism of the universe, the divine race of Christos Lucifer. Therefore charismatic bonding is transcendent and individual, man by man, virya by virya, and if it involves a number of men in the framework of the mystique, they should not in any way be considered mass or mob. However, the Hyperborean wisdom accepts that in animals or animal-man force field phenomena occur due to the genetic unity of all that exists within the space-time continuum in which the ordering action of Jehovah Satan, the demiurge of Mahashur, is manifested. The important thing is to now comprehend that as long as the masses or mobs are considered from the quantitative and causal point of view, subject to psychological phenomena of force or magnetic field, we are hashing a gross error from the Hyperborean perspective and running an esoteric risk, because the collective forces that act in the animal or animal-man populations are of a net satanic or demonic order, technically denominated in occultism archetypal projections in the astral light or egregores, i.e., vitalized and liberated collective archetypes outside of man and outside of men, but with the capacity to act on men. This erroneous conception has taken such a rise in political and social sciences that, even in Germany, and what is worse even in the Nazi Party, there were those who were not hyperboreally seeing the people as the whole of viryas that they are, but were seeing, synarchically, mass and mob. But without Hyperborean vision there can be no comprehension of the Führer's mission, that is to lead the peoples as a single virya, toward the collective mutation of the end of the Kali Yuga, making effective Christos Lucifer's promise of liberation and transmuting man into a superman, the virya into an immortal siddha, in a collective awakening that will nevertheless be personal and secret, because it will take place in the seven heavens and beyond heaven, for each one. The synarchic vision of the mass man instead provides an idea of a herd that can only lead to a collectivist conception of society and the state, such as occurs with socialists and Marxists, or a liberal democracy where the state, controlled by political oligarchies and economic mafias, is based on the suffragist masses, whose majorities exercise no real control over their historical destiny and are simply reduced to submissive classes. The Hyperborean vision leads us to the liberation of the causal order, to the elevation of man from the collective in which he is immersed and to his definitive individuation, reintegrating himself to the awakened ego in the Selbst. It is the end of the Kali Yuga or Dark Age. The synarchic vision means continuing in the causal order, subject to the law of evolution and the guidelines of material progress on which Western civilization is based. It means the ever greater immersion of the individual in the collective, marching history toward a mechanically complex future society in which man will disappear as such in a metaphysical atrophy of his ego, an indispensable objective to fulfill the end of the synarchic vision, which is the world government. But in this super-government the order of the beehive will reign, a gigantic world anthill ruled by an endogamous hierarchy, probably Hebraic. The world god. Jehovah Satan. The awakened virya, in search of the principle of the fence. Analogical theory of the awakened virya. In the second part it will be explained in detail the way in which a lost virya can be transformed into an awakened virya, a way that basically consists in an ahashitude of the lost ego denominated graceful luciferic. Here we will explain, analogically, what is hoped to be obtained with such an ahashitude, and we will refer, for this purpose, to the schema of figure 29. The concave abline represents the symbol of the origin, on which the infinite ego is reflected. But, as we saw in I, there is a hypostasis of the infinite ego called the lost ego, which is identified and confused with the conscious subject, forming the persona of the Pasu. This hypostasis, the lost ego, can be nowhere else in the figure than directly above the abline. It is this lost ego, substantial and temporalized, that is sought to be transcended by means of the luciferic graceful ahashitude. Seeking what? The awakened ego, unsubstantial and atemporal, which is a pure reflection of the infinite ego, i.e., of the eternal spirit. And where, in figure 29, can the awakened ego be represented? In order to find the answer, we must notice, first of all, that, because of its insubstantial character, the awakened ego cannot be in the conscious sphere because it is entirely energetic, i.e., substantial. Let us agree, then, that the awakened ego is outside of the conscious sphere, at a point called Selbst. In Figure 30 the Zelpst has been represented by analogically showing it as a focal point in which the reflection of the infinite ego is concentrated upon the ab symbol of the origin. The Zelpst, which is analogous to a focal point rather than a center, synthetically reflects the infinite pole as the awakened ego. Thus, the awakened Virya is also defined as he who has transferred his ego to the Zelpst. As we will see in the second part, as the Zelpst is occupied, a new sphere called Era is generated around it. Such a sphere is clearly Hyperborean, proper to the semi-divine men or Viryas. And what does such a sphere contain, apart from the center focal point Zelpst, seat of the awakened ego? Answer: egoic will. Era, in effect, is a sphere of will, but this will is not an energy that comes from the microcosm, not even from the macrocosm, but an extra contribution made by a charismatic agent known as the Paraclete. That is why the will of the awakened Virya is called graceful, because the grace of the Paraclete has endowed him with a superhuman and heroic strength. Figure 39able, i.e., the Hyperborean god. But, of course, only the awakened ego from the Zelpst can make this contact. In Figure 31 we can observe the Era sphere, of egoic will, surrounding the Zelpst. We can see that Era is a sphere open at the top, and that the opening is denominated Vril. As we will see, when studying the theory of the Berserker Siddhas, the Vril is the last step that remains to be taken by the enchained spirit before obtaining the definitive liberation, when the awakened ego manages, from the Zelpst, to look toward the symbol of the origin and, by reflection, sees the reverted spirit sphere, then it is in a position to effectuate the strategic orientation of the spirit, i.e., to return the reverted spirit to its normality. It can thus transmute itself into an immortal Siddha by using the power of the Vril. But this operation will be analogically explained in another article. Lastly, it is now clear that, due to the essential soul-spirit duality, two nuclei of ego exist in the Virya. One is the schema of self animated by the conscious subject, the essence of which is temporal, and another is the Zelpst, animated by the awakened ego, and a temporal subject. The conscious subject reveals to the transmigrating and immortal soul the awareness of itself in the microcosm. The awakened ego reveals to the eternal spirit the gnosis of the Zelpst in the microcosm. Figure 31 261b Psychic structure of the awakened Virya with the incorporation of the Era sphere of egoic will into the basic psychic schema of the Pasu, as shown in Figure 31, the psychic schema of the Virya is now complete. Let us remember that the psychic schema of the Pasu represented in Figures 11 and 11b were responding to systematic eccentric circles, in which the conscious sphere was playing a central role. In Figure 31 we see that sphere continues being central while the affective, rational, and Era spheres are eccentric and, furthermore, that all of them determine certain enclosures when intersecting each other. But, according to what we have seen in the section Systematic Eccentric Circles, if the eccentric circles are the support of simple concepts, a combinatorial of circles will form enclosures containing complex Figure 32 262 or specific concepts. In order to put the circles and enclosures of Figure 31 in a relationship of correspondence with the studied concepts, which will enable us to systematically summarize everything we have seen up to this point, we have developed in Figure 32 a schema of the psychic structure of the Virya. In this article we are going to deal with conceptually describing Figure 32 starting from the following analogy parameter, the will. Let us begin, then, with the first eccentric circle that represents the sphere of egoic will. It is open at the top to indicate the absolute point where the divine makes contact with the human, where the grace of the Paraclete is transformed into graceful will. Above the point a tongue of fire or crest indicates the presence of the Paraclete. The circle corresponds to the conscious sphere, in which the conscious subject acts. For this reason conscious will has been pointed out as the force that allows this subject to act. The intersection of the circles and determines the enclosure, in which is contained the abarc of the symbol of the origin and, over it, the lost ego. This means that, even though the lost ego is a hypostasis, confused with the conscious subject of the light sphere, it also requires for its own activity the contribution of the egoic will. It is understood, observing Figure 32, that if the egoic will diminishes, if the circle is reduced, the activity of the lost ego will also be enervated, for the enclosure will be less and less. Thus, the lesser the egoic will, the lesser the capacity of the ego to act. Such a consequence is clearly Nietzschean. Enclosures, and form, as we know, the shadow sphere. Let us analyze the concept that corresponds to each one. Circles and intersect each other over the area of the central circle, forming the triangular enclosure. This enclosure, the only one of triple implication, represents the space that contains the cultural structure, with 20, next to the lower side, the horizontal presence of an 20 system has been indicated. In enclosure, at the XX structural level, the cultural subject has a terminus and, that is why, the force that said subject uses to act is indicated by cultural will. Enclosure, formed by circles and, is analogous to the region of the shadow sphere where cases take place, i.e., those emerging symbols with an inclination toward the rational sphere. Enclosure, formed by circles and, is analogous to the region of the shadow sphere where cases take place, i.e., those emerging symbols with an inclination toward the affective sphere. It is evident that, except for enclosure, all the remaining sectors are included in the area of the conscious sphere. In other words, enclosures, and correspond to some form of consciousness since they involve it in their regions. On the contrary, the combination of the affective and rational spheres produces something, in enclosure, which is not consciousness at all, but which touches consciousness on one side. That is, the instinctive will of the rational subject or reason. For greater clarity it should be remembered that the cultural structure is in biunivocal correspondence with the archetypal memory or brain, that is to say that, below the level of the XX system, is the brain. Indeed, the XX side that separates the enclosures and is analogous to the boundary that separates the cultural structure and the archetypal memory. Then, in enclosure, the rational subject or reason has its terminus, which acts by means of the instinctive will. This will, pointed toward the organic, toward life, toward the world, is the force that reason uses to interpret the designs of the entities and to actualize their schemata in enclosure. Summarizing, as enclosure is substantially formed by the affective and rational spheres, it occurs that the instinctive will be found, at least, reasonable or kind, although blind of conscience in all cases. C. In search of the principle of the fence in this and the following articles we will refer to techniques and strategic modes of operating that were in common use, but secret, for many centuries in certain Western Hyperborean orders. In our novel of divulgation The Mystery of, we have mentioned some, beginning with the SS Black Order, the Theurgies Ulshas, the Einherjar Order founded by John Dee in 1586, etc., and we even described a ceremony protagonized by a group of awakened Viryas, who were transmuting themselves into Berserker Siddhas to celebrate a strange ritual. This ritual was performed on the basis of a secret technique of the Hyperborean wisdom known as the way of strategic opposition, which was using a strategic fence or archeman. What is an archeman? Answer: a fence, real or imaginary, produced by the cultural subject as a sacred symbol and on which the awakened ego has projected the infinite pole. The operative archeman is, thus, an infinite fence, i.e., a fence to which it is impossible to completely besiege, covering its entire perimeter. Let us not dwell any longer, for now, on the archimonic technique, which we will only be able to comprehend if we have previously responded to these questions. Why does the awakened Virya need to apply such an archimonic technique, i.e., what practical effect, Tion? As we shall see shortly, this question only acquires meaning if it is admihashed that the awakened Virya is a warrior, a hero who must relentlessly fight to break through into enemy territory, i.e., into the world of the demiurge, where he is imprisoned. The other question is, how is the archimonic technique performed, at least in theory, and, what is more important, by what means does the awakened Virya use to develop its mastery? That is to say, how does he discover the principle of the fence? Who initiates him? Who reveals it to him? To give answers to the last questions is what will lead us in search of the principle of the fence, a search during which we will see revealed, in allegorical form, the mystery of the Song of Amor of the Siddhas, i.e., the true initiating source in the principle of the fence, but an initiation that is given directly into the pure blood, without intermediaries of any kind, through charismatic bonding. As we said, we will here use concepts from the Einherjar order, the ancient precursor of the theologies Ulshas and the SSD necessity of taking a break in the struggle. Let us situate the problem within its fair limits, making a summary. We have already spoken of the Viryas, semi-divine men who possess in their blood the inheritance of the divine Hyperboreans called, to simplify, Minna. We also said that the Viryas could be lost or awakened, and we defined the lost Virya as one who has lost the origin thanks to a blood confusion. Blood confusion provokes a psychological state of great misdirection to which is technically denominated strategic confusion. Consequently, the blood purification that facilitates the Hyperborean wisdom, by 7 secret ways, produces a strategic reorientation in the lost Virya, enabling him to undertake the return to the origin and the abandonment of the infernal world of Mahashur. The lost Virya, as we have already said, is in an abject state of material enchainment that forces him to be subjected to the laws of karma, to periodically reincarnate and live, or relive, an eternal and miserable comedy marked by the sinister illusion of pain, of fear and of death. In the great deception of life, the lost Virya can occupy any position and even collaborate with the evolutive and progressive plan of Jehovah Satan, or with his system of social control called, also to simplified, Synarchy. In such a deplorable picture, which the lost Virya presents, although it has as its metaphysical cause the confusion of blood, the weakening of the Hyperborean lineage, its most concrete root is found, however, in the identification of the lost ego with the conscious subject. As explained, such confusion is the effect of the genetic key of which the objective is, precisely, that the lost Virya behaves and evolves as a Pasu. But, it may occur that the lost Virya awakens and realizes that he must procure liberation of the captive spirit, to march toward the Selbstcenter, even if he must fight for it. That is why the awakened Virya deserves our greatest respect. He is the one who has put himself on alert when ascertaining his disorientation and, with firm decisiveness, intrepidness and warlike valor, has begun to seek the origin in order to, just now, undertake his return. This decision, of course, will not be respected by the enemy, who will try by all the infinite means at its disposal to confuse the daring defiant one, seeking to prevent him from discovering the way to return, inducing him, by illusion and deception, to break his alertness. That is why the awakened Virya can only succeed if he acts in the framework of a Hyperborean strategy. To do so, he must completely assume his warrior status, seek in the memory contained in the blood the primordial potencies of the immortal spirit, the strength of the viril, and, in a Gnostic outburst, recover the essential hostility toward the material world of the demiurge, experience the berserker fury. Then, already the owner of an unbreakable will, inspired by the Hyperborean wisdom of which he is the bearer by the inheritance from the ancestral Siddhas, he will deploy his own strategy conceived to oppose the enemy strategy and win. From there on, he will only carry out strategic movements, tactical actions, aimed at not losing sight of the origin while taking the steps of the return. And, in the midst of the heat of combat, or what is worse, while waiting for it, when the enemy forces masked in the illusory forms of this and other worlds reveal their diabolical threat, the awakened Virya coldly seeks to gain time, however minimal it may be, to move in the direction of the origin. The right to have time at one's own disposal, perhaps as fleeting as the smallest instant, must be won in a fierce struggle against the demonic legions of the demiurge, against the poetic spell exerted by the sensible world that we call the Great Deception, in short, against the will of the One. It seems an impossible task. The Hyperborean wisdom, and even the Gnostic tradition, affirm that it is possible. But then, how to do it? The answer to this question is dealt with in the 7 secret ways of the Hyperborean wisdom. Here, as we announced, we will respond with the symbolic language of the Einherjar, whose members were mastering the way of strategic opposition and the archimonic technique. Prized of 2 Greek vocables, alpha rho tau e2 equals principle and sigma omicron nu alpha sigma equals unity. Initiation by the archimonic technique makes it possible to arrive at a single principle of the psyche, i.e., at the egoic individuation of the Selbst, from where it is feasible to experience the pure possibility of the spirit or vril, such is the Hyperborean meaning of the Archeman. For the berserkers, initiates of the Einherjar, the world in which daily life occurs is simply a battlefield, an arena occupied by mortal enemies whom one must combat because they cut off the way back, obstruct the withdrawal and intend to reduce us to the most vile slavery, which is the submission of the eternal spirit to Mahashur, its enchainment to the evolutive plan of the demiurge and his court of demons. The world is then, for the berserkers, the Valplads. In Norse mythology and in the Edda, the Valplads is the battlefield where Wotan chooses those who fall fighting for honor or truth. The Einherjar order, basing itself on the Hyperborean wisdom, was extending the concept of Valplads to the whole world. But the world is the macrocosm, within which subsists the potential microcosm of the awakened Virya, the reality of that world, which surrounds, as Valplads, the awakened Virya, is Maya, an illusion. There is here a great mystery, which justifies and explains the necessity of gaining a firm point in the Valplads. He refers to the terrible secret of Maya, capable of counteracting every strategy executed outside of the Kairos. Is there not, then, a place where the warrior can rest his weapons, a place in which for even a second it is possible to distract his attention from the enemy and affix it on the symbol of the origin or on its reflection, the Selbst? Answer: neither such a place nor such a time exist by themselves, but they can be strategically created. In the Valplads there is no other possibility but to combat or to surrender, an alternative, this one, that implies sinking oneself into the worst degree of the lost Virya's idiocy. But, the one who fights, always has the possibility of liberating a place, a plaza, and making himself strong in it. So that such a possibility is concretized in the struggle of the awakened Virya. The Hyperborean wisdom teaches the way of strategic opposition and its archimonic technique. The Archeman or strategic fence is based on a double principle, originated in the soul-spirit duality of the Virya. In effect, two principles concur over the fence. One, archetypal, is the principle of the fence, expressed in the Valplads as a sign by the anemic subject. Another, non-archetypal, is the infinite pole reflected in the Selbst, which the awakened ego will project on the sign of the fence, thus producing an infinite fence. Prized of two Greek vocables, alpha rho tau e2 equals principle and sigma omicron nu alpha sigma equals unity. Initiation by the archimonic technique makes it possible to arrive at a single principle of the psyche, i.e., at the egoic individuation of the Selbst, from where it is feasible to experience the pure possibility of the spirit or vril, such is the Hyperborean meaning of the Archeman. For the berserkers, initiates of the Einherjar, the world in which daily life occurs is simply a battlefield, an arena occupied by mortal enemies whom one must combat because they cut off the way back, obstruct the withdrawal and intend to reduce us to the most vile slavery, which is the submission of the eternal spirit to Mahashur, its enchainment to the evolutive plan of the demiurge and his court of demons. The world is then, for the berserkers, the Valplads. In Norse mythology and in the Edda, the Valplads is the battlefield where Wotan chooses those who fall fighting for honor or truth. The Einherjar order, basing itself on the Hyperborean wisdom, was extending the concept of Valplads to the whole world. But the world is the macrocosm, within which subsists the potential microcosm of the awakened Virya, the reality of that world, which surrounds, as Valplads, the awakened Virya, is Maya, an illusion. There is here a great mystery, which justifies and explains the necessity of gaining a firm point in the Valplads. He refers to the terrible secret of Maya, capable of counteracting every strategy executed outside of the Kairos. Is there not, then, a place where the warrior can rest his weapons, a place in which for even a second it is possible to distract his attention from the enemy and affix it on the symbol of the origin or on its reflection, the Selbst? Answer: neither such a place nor such a time exist by themselves, but they can be strategically created. In the Valplads there is no other possibility but to combat or to surrender, an alternative, this one, that implies sinking oneself into the worst degree of the lost Virya's idiocy. But, the one who fights, always has the possibility of liberating a place, a plaza, and making himself strong in it. So that such a possibility is concretized in the struggle of the awakened Virya. The Hyperborean Wisdom teaches the way of strategic opposition and its archimonic technique. The Archeman or strategic fence is based on a double principle, originated in the soul-spirit duality of the Virya. In effect, two principles concur over the fence. One, archetypal, is the principle of the fence, expressed in the Valplads as a sign by the anemic subject. Another, non-archetypal, is the infinite pole reflected in the Zelpst, which the awakened ego will project on the sign of the fence, thus producing an infinite fence. But what is the principle of the fence? Answer: a system of the cultural structure, i.e., a relationship and its principles. The awakened Virya must get the cultural subject to locate, in the relationship, the concept of the principle of the fence, and have its representation, its sacred symbol, emerge. Then it can be expressed outside, in the Valplads, as a meaning-giving sign, taking advantage, for one's own strategy, of the possibility that the microcosmic objective of the Pussu's finality provides. To give an intuitive idea of the principle of the fence, it is perhaps convenient to express it in terms of a mathematical theorem, although, it should be noted, in this form the principle is totally inoperative since its significance is denoted in the context of an exclusively cultural language. The principle of the operative fence, which the Virya must discover, has to be extracted, like the myths, from oblique and non-habitual concepts of the relationship. For this, of course, he must create it with fantasy and then flex the conscious subject to apperceive its form. That is to say, the awakened ego will have to deceive the cultural subject and reason, forcing them to rationalize their reflection and to discover for the ego, as an emerging myth, the true image of the principle of the fence. But, in any case, here is its mathematical formulation: every closed curve divides its plane into two parts. A closed curve can have any shape, square, circular, elliptical, etc., but it always presents the qualitative fact that it divides its plane into two parts. The topological geometric property that expresses this theorem, easily intuitive, allows us to induce the principle of the fence because every closed curve is the most abstract case of the fence, a concept of the fence relationship expressed in mathematical language. The archimonic technique enables every awakened Virya to apply the fence function in the ambit of the Valplads and to divide the space into two parts. For this, the Virya projects the sign of the fence by placing such a separating meaning on the spatial entity of the world. On such a sign the awakened ego projects, in turn, the infinite pole, by means of a supreme effort of graceful will, the will of the Virya that will be studied in the second part. A strategic space or archeman within the fence is thus created, a plaza that will be immediately occupied by the awakened Virya and that will offer him the sure opportunity to gain some definitive steps toward the center. The indispensable time of one's own for such a transit will be created from the archeman, by means of strategic opposition, a technique that requires the definition of a place, a point, etc. In the Valplads, i.e., outside of the archeman, such an exterior point will face the infinite pole, which will prevent the isotropy of transcendent time from temporarily contaminating the area of the Valplads. It must be recognized here that all the difficulties of the awakened Virya in reorienting himself or definitively establishing himself in the Zelpst, interior difficulties that stem from blood impurity, prevent him from shining the ontic autonomy toward which his Pussu nature tends. This is the main source of difficulties because, existing as a potential microcosm, the Virya cannot avoid the temporal duality already studied, to subsist in transcendent time and, at the same time, to possess a conscious subject that coexists in an immanent and transversal time. That is why the Virya needs to urgently liberate himself from transcendent time, to dislodge it from his psychic structure, to prevent it from synchronizing his interior clocks with the master clocks of the macrocosm. And he cannot, for this, hasten the microcosmic objective, rationalize the scheme of self, be pure consciousness. This would imply fulfilling the entelchi of the Manu archetype and acquiring ontic autonomy, an objective that an awakened Virya will never be permihashed to fulfill. What to do, then? Answer: the awakened Virya must start, without worrying about it, from the evolutive degree that his potential microcosm has reached, and proceed to temporarily isolate it from the outside by means of the archimonic technique. When the awakened Virya situates himself in the plaza, and practices strategic opposition, in effect, transcendent time is anisotropic in the direction of the fenced area, then, what time transpires in the interior of the archeman, in the space of the plaza that surrounds the Virya, and, more interestingly, what time transpires for the microcosm? Answer: in principle, upon ceding the isotropy of transcendent time its penetration into the structures of the microcosm is suddenly flooded with immanent time. But such an occupation only signifies that the microcosm now subsists in immanent time and does not imply greater consciousness in any way. On the contrary, such a diffusion of immanent time, i.e., of the consciousness, in the microcosm, usually determines in the majority of cases the dissolution of the conscious subject. That is why this way of liberation is not recommendable for the lost Viryas, who have their lost ego identified with the conscious subject and can suffer the fate of the Lahasha. The awakened Virya, on the other hand, will always be capable of differentiating himself from the conscious subject because he does not consider consciousness indispensable from the moment he has gnosis, that instantaneous and infallible knowledge that is obtained by the charismatic bonding of the golden chain. However, it is not improbable that the practice of the archimonic technique results in the effective ontic autonomy of the microcosm. In that case the Virya will have an excellent opportunity to transmute himself into a Berserker Siddha. On the other hand, whatever the case may be, what is certain is that outside of the microcosm, but within the archeman, there passes a time proper to the awakened Virya, charismatically created by the infinite pole of the spirit and the grace of the Paraclete during strategic opposition. But let us leave the description of strategic opposition for later and continue moving forward, Alihashla further, in search of the principle of the fence. Let us now remember the first question posed in Article C: why does the awakened Virya need to apply the archimonic technique, i.e., what practical effect, what benefit, does it bring him for his purpose of spiritual liberation? Perhaps, with what we have already seen, this question seems sufficiently responded to. And nothing would be so wrong as to believe that. Well, in all rigor, the answer to such a question could never be exact if it did not include in its considerations the terrible secret of Maya, the knowledge of which demonstrates to the least informed that, Orsin, applying the archimonic technique is not a mere game but an inevitable and desperate action of war in order to avoid being annihilated by the demiurge. We will see this in the next article, where the question will acquire its true dimension. The terrible secret of Maya. We are going to touch here on one of the most hermetic mysteries that exist, which is the one that refers to Maya, the illusion of the real. But such hermeticism does not obey this time, as in many well-known occult hoaxes, to the mere desire to veil a sacred symbol, i.e., to the intention of making esoteric the truth represented by the sacred symbol. What occurs in this case is that Maya is the word that designates a terrible secret, one of those ideas capable of upshashing the most equilibrated and rational mind. That is why the secret of Maya has been strictly veiled. And if here we decide to reveal it, for being necessary to explain the theory of the archimonic technique, we will do it also making a clear warning. We suggest to the reader, in effect, that, even if he has become aware of the secret of Maya, he should not dwell too much on this idea, for it can provoke unforeseeable and dire consequences, especially if the reader is imbued with the preceding text on the fundamentals of the Hyperborean Wisdom. Only the awakened Virya has the means to operate without danger with the secret of Maya. The reader, in the meantime, can attempt to awaken from the great deception by adopting the luciferic graceful attitude that is described in the second part. By that path he will succeed, at last, in converting himself into an awakened Virya. Only then will he be able to dwell without danger in the terrible secret of Maya. Of course, we will analogically expose the secret of Maya, basing ourselves on the structural model developed in this work. The objective will be that the terrible idea will be induced by the analogical example. Let us begin, then, without hashing at any moment the strict analogical correspondences that exist between the microcosm and the macrocosm. When the cultural subject of the Pasu thinks a system of the cultural structure, according to what has been seen, it can note it in any of the multiple planes of signification that intersect its 20 extensive axes. Each one of these planes corresponds to the significant context of a language, a context within which the XX thought system acquires conceptual significance. The concept of an 20 system is, thus, the significance noted on the plane of a contextual language. On the other hand, the XX system can be thought by the cultural subject because it subsists in transcendent time. Well, let us now look at things from the point of view of the one demiurge, whose consciousness, transcendent time, is isotropically diffused in every successive entity, except in those internal directions of immanent time. According to the Hermetic correspondence between macro and microcosm, the demiurge also has to perform an operation analogous to that of thinking a system. But what is a system for the demiurge? Answer: any culture or superstructure of cultural facts. Effectively, as will be explained in the second part and was already advanced in Article H of the section Functioning of the Pasu's Cultural Structure, man's presence as a giver of meaning transforms the designated entities into cultural objects, which are organized in the world-forming superstructures of cultural facts. In these superstructures, which subsist in transcendent time, man, Pasu, or lost virya, is usually integrated as a structural element. This is because the body of the lost virya is only a potential microcosm, subsisting in transcendent time. Leaving for later the detailed explanation of the superstructures, what is important at this point is to emphasize that they determine an exterior form denominated culture, which can be thought by the demiurge as a system. Establishing the corresponding analogies, the same properties that we attribute to the cultural subject apply here. The demiurge, first of all, is capable of noting the superstructure as a whole or of carrying out a systematic reduction, going, e.g., from a collection of cultural objects and a plurality of superstructured microcosms, to the consideration of a single microcosm as a system. Moreover, given a determinate culture, unification of the cultural structure are analogous to spaces of signification of the superstructures of cultural facts. Herein consists the secret of Maya, now revealed through the structural analogy. Every cultural entity in the universe, be it a cultural object, or a potential microcosm, or a superstructure that integrates them, simultaneously exists in uncountable macrocosmic spaces of signification. And, on each of these planes of existence, the cultural entity signifies a superconcept of the demiurge, i.e., its significance is determined by the contextual framework of a macrocosmic superlanguage. Surely, at this point of the exposition, the reader's reason ought to refuse to admit the consequences that are inferred from the secret of Maya. However, it is too evident to deny. Whoever lives integrated into a culture perceives only a minimal aspect of reality. The socio-cultural world where life takes place is only the context of a superconcept of the demiurge. The house, the neighborhood, the city, the country, the continent, the planet, the solar system, the galaxy, the known universe, everything that surrounds us and that we believe to be a unique and stable world, are, in truth, nothing more than aspects of the context of a superconcept together with uncountable similar superconcepts, i.e., together with uncountable contextual worlds in which we simultaneously exist. The Pasu, and even the lost virya, perceive only one world of the many in which they simultaneously exist, the habitual one, in which they are stable only because they are integrated into rigid superstructures of external entities or cultures. That is why the Hyperborean wisdom denominates the reality of a habitual world as the great deception, because the daily context conceals and hides the plurivocity that ontic existence develops in the multiple spaces of macrocosmic signification. A culture, or superstructure, is a system that can be noted by the demiurge in multiple spaces of signification. Each significant notation is a superconcept, i.e., an aspect, facet, profile, etc., of said culture. This means that between contiguous superconcepts that are not too oblique, only small differences will be noted, considering, for example, the city of Buenos Aires as the context of a superconcept, we can suppose the existence of another contiguous superconcept with a Buenos Aires in which the obelisk does not exist, or another without freeways. And if in that urban context we inhabit, we can, also, conceive a world in which our mother is a twin sister of a sculptor, or in which some of our loved ones do not exist or have never existed, etc. Francis? Answer: yes, that is precisely the terrible possibility that faces the one who decides to purify his blood and undertake the path of return to the origin. The veil of Maya may then fall and reality may become distorted at many points, as if the entire world conspired to plunge him into hallucination and insanity. And not only this, if the Virya has not adopted a convenient state of alertness, if he does not move in the right kairos and with the proper strategy, he could find himself transported to a highly oblique context, i.e., to a world of completely strange and unknown characteristics, where 1,000 unsuspected dangers would defeat his purpose of spiritual liberation. All this, which is nothing more than a reaction denominated the second intention of the demiurge, can occur to whoever dares to penetrate into the secret of Maya without counting on the strategic principles necessary to counteract it, for example, the principle of the fence, the search for which this section slips into. Summarizing, the secret of Maya tells us that, a systematic reduction, every potential microcosm or lost Virya can be noted by the demiurge as a significant superconcept in the habitual context of a macrocosmic superlanguage. Such a context is, of course, the everyday world of the Virya. But the secret of Maya tells us more, on an extensive axis of the potential microcosm, analogous to the x-axis of a system, uncountable spaces of signification intersect. The habitual context gives significance to the microcosm in only one such space, i.e., in a superconcept. However, the potential microcosm simultaneously exists in all the spaces of signification that intersect the x-axis. That is why, when the blood purity of the Virya produces the dissolution of the illusion of Maya, it is not improbable that the demiurge makes a last attempt to keep him within the confusion of the great deception. Then may occur the horrifying fact that the habitual context of the world is transformed according to the characteristic mode of some oblique and unknown space. The psychic structures are, thus, put to the test, subjected to the tremendous tension of noticing the cultural non-correspondence between the schema 2 of known entities and the concrete entities, existing in the new context. The world becomes hallucinatory, without the anemic subject being able to clearly distinguish where the imaginary ends and where the real begins. And before such a changing orb, faced with unstable entities, the design of which are unreasonably altered, the reason of the Virya usually proves impotent to establish the relationships that constitute its essential function, and without counting on the relationships of the entity and between entities, without the equilibrium of the ratio, madness would not be long in coming. Unless, of course, the awakened Virya has the graceful will and sufficient knowledge of the archimonic technique to strategically isolate himself from the demented context. Strategic disadvantage. It is now understood, also knowing the terrible secret of Maya, the scope of the previous question. The archimonic technique cannot consist in the mere hashing of a plane, in the enclosure of any area of the world, for the reality of the Valplads is not a stable ambit. On the contrary, the world entails the secret of Maya, a plurivocity of spaces of signification in which the Virya, his potential microcosm, has effective existence. The plaza one from the enemy must be, then, a pluridimensional space that integrally contains the microcosm and avoids any possibility of alteration, or mutilation, by the demiurge, through the oblique spaces. Here is where the mathematical expression that we gave to make the principle of the fence intuitive loses its validity. Every closed curve divides its plane into two parts. This formula, it is evident, only describes a quality of the fence present in a few adjacent spaces. For what occurs in those spaces where any curve, for example, a circle, cannot be defined? Answer: the fence will lack existence, contextual significance, i.e., it will not fulfill its isolating function, leaving the Virya, in that space, defenseless against the enemy. Acknowledgement. Such a state of defenselessness is denominated strategic disadvantage. In our novel The Mystery of Strategic Disadvantage is defined in terms that are worth remembering. Analogically, strategic disadvantage is equivalent to the weak point in a wall. It is the desperate case of those who, having been besieged by the enemy in a walled plaza, find to their horror that it is incapable of resisting the enemy's pressure and is ready to collapse at a weak point. The disaster that follows the fall of the plaza is analogous, also, to the loss of reason in a virya with insufficient egoic will to preserve equilibrium during the subsequent irrational states of consciousness. That is, madness. On the other hand, the fall of a plaza fort never represents a victory for the besieger as well as a defeat for the besieged. The responsibility for the fall corresponds to the besieged because he has failed the strategic law that says, one should never raise a fence if one does not have the means to defend it. The strategic fence separates the virya from the world, granting him the time necessary to go to his charismatic center. On one side of it remains the world of the demiurge with its formidable evolutive and synarchic strategy, on the other the virya, authentic monk warrior, knight of the Graal, decided on reaching the truth. Let us measure the forces at play. On the fence converge, on the one side, the demiurge's synarchic strategy and, on the other, the virya's Hyperborean strategy, which depends, for its concretion, on the intrepidness and the valor risked to reach the center. In synthesis, the success of the Hyperborean strategy depends on the virya's blood purity. Lastly, let us add that, when a fence has been raised, which has irritated the enemy and led it to concentrate terrible forces for its demolition, it is not easy to go back to the original situation of absence of conflict without being at a strategic disadvantage. In effect, when war has been declared, and the enemy has moved its forces, the alternatives are two: either the combat is faced by resisting the enemy siege while one seeks another door in order to exit, or the fight is avoided by deferring combat and ignoring the enemy pressure. In this second case, the enemy will increase the pressure in such a manner that the walls will finally give way and disaster will be inevitable. The strategy itself has failed because it has been replaced during combat. Let us explain Bhashya. When a virya raises a fence, in the framework of a Hyperborean strategy, in order to initiate the conquest of the vril, his strategy permits him only one alternative: to open the interior door in order to bypass the deployment of the demonic forces. Only one alternative. The contrary means, plainly, a change of strategy, and even Clausewitz knew this. No one can change his strategy in the middle of the war without risking to suffer grave losses. In conventional warfare, the most that is admihashed in a strategy is that it offers alternative tactics, but never that it can be changed in itself, which would in reality signify a change of objective that would raise severe doubts about the capacity of the general staff who planned it and even about the validity of the justification that must always be provided for having adopted a wall-like path. In analogical concepts, but which clearly convey the latent dangers, the above-cited paragraph reveals to us the precarious situation of strategic disadvantage in which any virya that fails to apply the principle of the fence would be lay. The terrible secret of Maya has shown us that the fence cannot be any curve but a universal principle, the meaning of which, expressed by the corresponding sign, is significant in all possible worlds of the demiurge. Hence our previous warnings about the necessity for the awakened ego to compel by deception, i.e., strategically, its cultural subject to rationally represent, as myth or sacred symbol, the archetypal principle of the fence. However, the search for the principle of the fence will still require some reflections in other articles, especially to show, with allegories, the way the siddhas of Agatha procure charismatically initiate every virya in the archimonic technique. G. The weapons of the awakened virya. The awakened virya is a hero who has declared war on the demiurge to fulfill a strategic objective, to achieve the liberation of the spirit. In that struggle he has decided to occupy a corner of the Valplads, to make himself strong in a plaza, and, from that position, to cover the strategic distance that separates him from the vril. With the use of the archimonic technique, he effectively lay in a strategic space, behind the symbolic walls of the infinite fence. A Sitzkrieg, a siege war, is thus posed, in which the strategies of each side confront each other. The virya must now defend the plaza, hold the fence, otherwise he will be annihilated. But what means does he use to do this, i.e., what are the weapons of the Virya, the Hyperborean warrior? The awakened Virya, in effect, is a warrior who must conquer space and time, take all the heavens by assault, before transmuting himself into a berserker Siddha. For that action he must undoubtedly have at his disposal an important arsenal. Although it is beyond the scope of these fundamentals of the Hyperborean wisdom to give a detailed description of such weapons, we can nevertheless refer to their generic function. First of all, then, let us say that the weapons of the Virya are the runes. And what are the runes? Answer: the ancient Germans have denominated runes to the signs that every Hyperborean guide of humanity delivers to his Viryas so that they may act in the magical war against the demiurge. This has occurred this way, throughout time, since Christos Lucifer deposited the Graal in the Valplats. Only Wotan, the racial guide of the Germans, provided the signs to his Volk under the name of runes. In relatively recent historical times, so such weapons are universally known by said denomination. The most popularized runes, those that use the Futhark or Futhark alphabets, are only a minimal part of the runic arsenal. The sign of the origin, for example, from which the swastika rune is derived by mutilation and deformation, fulfills no alphabetic function despite being the most powerful rune in existence. This sign, also known as Rune of the Origin or Rune of Gold, is the projection of the symbol of the origin, i.e., of the symbol where the infinite ego is reflected. Precisely, the projection of the Rune of the Origin on the principle of the fence generates the strategic space of the archeman. In general, the runes are grouped into two classes, archetypal and noological, but both groups have in common the fact that they were not discovered by the Viryas but provided to them by the Siddhas of Agatha. In other words, when the Viryas received the runes from the hands of Wotan, their gnosiological dependence that they were maintaining with the demiurgic designs of the entities was definitively broken. Because of the inheritance of the Pasu, the objective of the Pasu's finality was constituting a hereditary and irresistible tendency that was impulsing the Viryas to evolve under the confusion of the lost ego, following to the Lahasha the plans of the demiurge Rihashen in the design of the suprafinality of the entities. The destiny of the lost Virya was, then, similar to that of the Pasu. He could never know the universal archetypes or any other reality that was not previously determined by the suprafinality of the entities. The revelation of Wotan came to bridge this gap. On the one hand, the archetypal runes allow us to schematically describe every universal archetype, i.e., they allow us to know the universal words, not inverted by the archetypal memory, which constitute the acoustic Kabbalah of the Great Breath. On the other hand, the noological runes, among which is the Rune of the Origin, are uncreated signs, i.e., signs without any correspondence with the archetypal plane. Armed with such an arsenal, the Virya will now be able to effectively operate on ontic reality. The unstable spaces of signification of the macrocosm will be fixed in their meaning by the expression of the appropriate rune, the designs of the entities, the meaning of which is intended to be altered by the second intention of the demiurge, so that they do not correspond to the known schema of the cultural structure, will be resigned by the expression of the correct rune, and, finally, the expression of the Rune of the Origin applied on the principle of the fence will make it possible to create a strategic space sufficiently safe to occupy and resist in it without danger. In order to evidence what the typical Wallike hashitude of the awakened Virya consists in, nothing seems behasher than to refer to his state of alertness. Such a state of alertness, which must be permanent, is maintained in the following way: every object, real or ideal, natural or cultural, concrete or abstract, etc., i.e., every objective entity, which falls under the perception of the awakened Virya, is immediately fenced in the strategic area of an archeman and conveniently resigned. And this the awakened Virya does at all times, with any object that presents itself, in such a way that it is also metaphorically affirmed. The awakened Virya has the archeman in his eyes, he sees through it. If his eyes look, if his lips speak, if his ears listen, or his body moves in an expressive manner, the entity is immediately fenced in and resigned. Such is the permanent strategic alertness of the awakened Virya. The principle of the fence, however, is not a rune. We will have to continue marching in search of it. The principle of the fence and the law of the fence. Let us begin by mathematically formulating the principle of the fence so that the topological evidence would favor its induction. However, upon learning the terrible secret of Maya, we found that such a formula could hardly be maintained invariant in all possible worlds, i.e., in all the superconcepts of the demiurge. Comprehending the principle of the fence no longer seems to be a very simple task. Although we know something about it with certainty, it exists in the cultural structure, as part of a system. We may add that the principle of the fence can be nothing else than a principle, repeated in the semic schema of the relationship as a mathematical principle. Consequently, the principle of the fence does not come from the discovery of any design but from the archetypal memory. Its significance is a priori to every perception. Notwithstanding such essential interiority, the principle of the fence can be expressed in the exterior world like any mathematical principle, a number e.g., by means of the projection of a sign. The archimonic technique is based on this. But the microcosm reflects the macrocosm. Does this mean that the principle of the fence must also be present in the macrocosm, for example as a law of nature? If this were the case, perhaps it would be possible, at least in theory, to detect in some characteristic phenomenon a certain fence function, which would reveal to us by another way, this time external, the Sawtosser principle. Although we can anticipate that the result will be negative, it is convenient to examine such a possibility of external search because its analysis will allow us to comprehend various gnosiological and cultural problems that affect the viriya. If we accept the Hermetic principle of equivalence between macrocosm and microcosm, it will be evident that all the laws of the macrocosm are reflected in analogous laws of the microcosm. But such a correspondence is far from being a mere passive reflection between structures. The viriya, by discovering and formulating laws, disequilibrates this relationship and assumes a leading role. As a consequence of this dominant attitude there now appears, separating the ego from the macrocosm, a cultural model elaborated by the cultural subject on the basis of principles and concepts of the cultural structure. This cultural model is mainly responsible for the deformed vision that the viriya has of himself and of the world, given that it is interposed between the macrocosm and the microcosm. The cultural model is the content of the cultural structure of a collective or socio-cultural character, therefore, it consists of a systematic set of concepts, proposed by the cultural subject and translated into one or two habitual languages, for example, mathematical and linguistic. In summary, the cultural model is normally comprised of mathematical principles and cultural premises. The ego of the viriya, when confused with the conscious subject, solidarily accepts as representations of external entities, as its truth, the cultural objects that come from the intermediary cultural model, objects of which significance has been proposed by the cultural subject as a premise in habitual language. Let us now examine what the viriya understands by law of nature. Without entering into complications, we can affirm that a law of nature is the mathematical quantification of a significant relationship between aspects or magnitudes of a phenomenon. Let us clarify this definition. Given a phenomenon, it is possible that by observation and empirical experimentation we can come to differentiate certain aspects of it. If from among the various aspects that stand out, some of them turn out to be significantly related to each other, and if this relationship possesses statistical probability, i.e., it is repeated a large number of times or is permanent, then a law of nature can be enunciated. This requires that the aspects of the phenomenon can be reduced to magnitudes in such a way that the significant relationship is reduced to a relationship between magnitudes, i.e., to a mathematical function. The laws of physics have been deduced in a similar way. The concept of a law of nature that we have exposed is modern and aims at controlling the phenomenon rather than explaining it, following the current tendency that subordinates the scientific to the technological. Thus we have phenomena ruled by eminent laws to which we not only accept as determinants but indissolubly incorporate them into the phenomenon itself, forge-hashing, or simply ignoring, that we are dealing with rational quantifications. It is what happens, for example, when we notice the phenomenon of an object that falls and we affirm that such a thing has occurred because the law of gravity acted. Here the law of gravity is eminent and, although we know that other laws exist, those that also intervene but with less intensity, we blindly believe that the falling object obeys the Newtonian law and that this law of nature has been the cause of its displacement. However, the concrete fact is that the phenomenon does not obey any eminent law. The phenomenon simply occurs and there is nothing in it that intentionally points to a law of nature, let alone an eminent law. The phenomenon is an inseparable part of a totality that we call reality, or the world, and that includes, in that capacity, all phenomena, those that have already occurred and those that will occur. That is why in reality phenomena simply occur, succeeding, perhaps, some that have already occurred, or simultaneously with others similar to it. The phenomenon is only a part of that phenomenonic reality that never loses its character of totality, of a reality that is not expressed in terms of cause and effect to sustain the phenomenon, in short, of a reality in which the phenomenon takes place independently of whether or not its occurrence is significant for an observer and complies with eminent laws. Before approaching the problem of the preeminence of cultural premises in the rational evaluation of a phenomenon, it is convenient to strip it of any possibility that separates it from purely mechanical or evolutive determination, according to the natural order. For this purpose we will establish, after a brief analysis, the difference between phenomena of first or second degree of determination, an indispensable clarification given that eminent laws always correspond to phenomena of the first degree. A phenomenon's degrees of determination. For the Gnostic, the world that surrounds us is nothing more than the ordering of Mahashur effectuated by the demiurge in a beginning and to which we perceive in its temporal actuality. The Hyperborean Wisdom, the mother of Gnostic thought, goes further by affirming that space, and all that it contains, is constituted by multiple associations of a single element denominated archetypal quantum of energy, which constitutes a physical terminus of the archetypal monad, i.e., of the absolute formative unity of the archetypal plane. These quanta, which are true archetypal atoms, not conformers to or structurers of form, each possess an indiscernible point through which the pantheistic diffusion of the demiurge is realized. That is to say that, thanks to a point system of polydimensional contact, the presence of the demiurge is made effective in every ponderable portion of Mahashur, whatever its quality may be. This universal penetration, when being verified by persons in different degrees of confusion, has led to the erroneous belief that Mahashur is the very substance of the demiurge. Such are the vulgar conceptions of pantheistic systems or of those who allude to a world spirit or anima mundi, etc. In reality, Mahashur has been ordered by the demiurge and impulsed toward a legal development in time from which evolutive force not even the smallest particle escapes. We have made this synthetic exposition of Hyperborean physics because we need to distinguish two degrees of determinism. The world, as we have just described it, unfolds mechanically, oriented toward a finality. This is the first degree of determinism. In other words, there is a plan to which guidelines are adjusted, and to which designs the order of the world tends. The Mahashur later the mechanics of said order is determined in the first degree. But, as said plan is sustained by the will of the demiurge, and his presence is effective in every portion of Mahashur, as we saw, it could occur that he, abnormally, influences in another way some portion of reality, either to teleologically modify his plan or to semiotically express his intention, or for strategic motives. In this case we are before the second degree of determinism. By strategic motives, the following is meant: when the awakened Virya undertakes the return to the origin in the framework of a Hyperborean strategy, he uses secret techniques that enable effectively opposing the plan. In these circumstances the demiurge, abnormally, intervenes with all his power to punish the intrepid one. We can now distinguish between a phenomenon of the first degree and a phenomenon of the second degree according to the degree of determination that its manifestation involves. It should be well understood that this distinction emphasizes the different manners in which the demiurge can act on the same phenomenon. For example, in the phenomenon of a flowerpot falling from a balcony to the sidewalk, we cannot see anything else but a determination of the first degree. We say, the law of gravity acted. But, if said flowerpot fell on the head of the awakened Virya, we can suppose a second determination or, with rigor, a second intention we say, the will of the demiurge acted. The first and second degree of determination of a phenomenon is also denominated, from another point of view, the first and second intention of the creator. In general, every phenomenon is susceptible to manifest itself in a first and second degree of determination. Taking this into account, we will agree on the following, unless otherwise indicated, by phenomenon, that determination of which is purely mechanical, i.e., of the first degree, will be understood, otherwise it will be clarified, second degree. All that remains, now that we distinguish between the two degrees of the phenomenon, is to clarify the affirmation that we made at the beginning of this analysis, that every law of nature, including those eminent, describes the causal behavior of phenomena of the first degree of determination. It is easy to understand and accept this, since when a determination of second degree intervenes in a phenomenon, the natural sense of mechanical enchainment has been temporarily alienated in favor of an irresistible will. In that case the phenomenon will no longer be natural even if it appears to be, but will be endowed with a superimposed intentionality of clear malicious character for the virya. On the other hand, the phenomenon of the first degree always manifests itself complete in its functionality, which is a direct expression of its essence, and to which it will always be possible to mathematically reduce to an infinite number of laws of nature. Cause of one law of nature, which is eminent to us, since it highlights a certain interesting aspect, it is evident that one is not dealing with the complete phenomenon but with said aspect of it. In such a case, one must accept the sad fact that only an illusion will be perceived from the phenomenon. Sensorially mutilated, gnoseologically deformed, epistemologically masked, it should not be surprising that the Indo-Aryans qualified the ordinary perception of a phenomenon of the first degree as Maya, illusion. Masking caused by preeminent cultural premises. We will now pose a question, the answer to which will enable us to face the problem of the preeminence of cultural premises, based on the most recent conclusions. If every phenomenon of the first degree necessarily appears complete, what is the specific reason that its apprehension through the intermediary of the scientific or cultural model prevents dealing with the phenomenon in its entirety, and circumscribes around partial aspects of it? In this latest example, it is evident that by explaining the phenomenon through an eminent law, one does no more than refer to certain partial aspects, leaving aside, not seeing, the phenomenon itself. The answer to the posed question leads us to touch upon a fundamental principle of structural epistemological theory, the relationship that is noticed between aspects of a phenomenon, mathematically quantifiable as a law of nature, originates in the preeminence of cultural premises from which reason modifies the perception of the phenomenon itself. Needless to say that this occurs because of the masking effect that reason causes in every image reflected by the conscious subject. Reason responds to the questioning, i.e., to the flexions of the conscious subject, in which the lost ego is immersed. As if it was a fantasy, reason interprets and shapes a rational schema of the representation of the phenomenical entity, the schema of which the image is superimposed on the representation and masks it, endowing it with the propositional significance that the preeminent cultural premises determine. When we make a scientific observation of a phenomenon, the rational functions become preeminent to any perception, highlighting those interesting or useful aspects with eminence and tarnishing the rest. In this way, reason operates, as if masking the phenomenon, previously torn from the totality of the real, and presenting it with a reasonable and always comprehensible appearance in the ambit of human culture. Of course, no one cares that the phenomena are, from there, hidden behind their reasonable appearance, not if it is possible to make use of them, control them, harness their energy, and direct their forces. After all, a scientific technological civilization is built on phenomena and even against them. What does it matter if a rational vision of the world cuts out the perceived phenomena and confronts us with a cultural reality? The more artificial, the more blind we are. What does it matter, I repeat, when such gnoseological blindness is the price to be paid to enjoy the infinite variance that, in terms of enjoyment and comfort, scientific civilization offers? Perhaps some danger lurks that we cannot technically avert. We who have eliminated many and ancient illnesses, who have prolonged human life and created an urban habitat with a never-before-seen luxury. The danger exists, it is real, and threatens all those members of humanity who possess Hyperborean ancestors. The Hyperborean wisdom denominates it psychic phagocytation. It is a psychic kind of danger and of a transcendent order that consists in the metaphysical annihilation of the consciousness, a possibility that can concretize in this or in another world, and at any time. The destruction of the consciousness happens by demiurgic phagocytation, i.e., by assimilation of the conscious subject to the substance of Jehovah Satan. When such catastrophe occurs, all possibility of transmutation and return to the origin is completely lost. We have already spoken about the dramatic alternative that the Virya must face and of which we will return to speak at length in the second part. However, it is worth repeating that confusion is the principal impediment to the transmutation of the Virya into an immortal Siddha, and, the gnosiological blindness that we were mentioning before, a product of our modern rationalistic mentality, contributes to the permanent confusion. We live according to the standards of Western culture, which is materialistic, rationalistic, scientific, technological, and immoral. Thinking starts from preeminent cultural premises and conditions the vision of the world, turning it into pure appearance, without being noticed or having any idea of it. Culture, then, maintains us in confusion and prevents us from orienting ourselves and marching toward the center of psychic reintegration, also mutating into siddhas. Is it by chance that such a thing happens? We have said it many times, culture is a strategic weapon, skillfully used by those who desire the perdition of the Hyperborean inheritance. We are thus verifying that the intermediary cultural model, between the ego and the macrocosm, makes it enormously difficult to find the principle of defense in the world, as a law of nature. We must continue, then, to go in search of it. K-culture, strategic enemy weapon. When the critique of the modern urban culture of the Christian Occident is carried out, the evils that this provokes in some individuals are usually detailed: alienation, dehumanization, slavery to consumption, depressive neurosis and its reaction, dependence on various vices, from narcosis to the perversion of sex, merciless competition, motivated by dark sentiments of greed and ambition of power, etc. The list is endless, but all the charges deliberately omit what is essential, emphasizing evils external to the soul of man, originated in imperfections of society. As a complement to this fallacy, it is argued that the solution, the remedy to all evils, is the perfectionment of society, its evolution toward more just, more humane forms of organization, etc. The omission lies in that the evil, the only evil, is not external to man, comes not from the world, but rather is rooted in his interior, in the structure of a mind conditioned by the preeminence of the cultural premises that sustain reasoning and that deform his vision of reality. Present-day society, on the other hand, has managed to Judaize the current man in such a way that has, in turn, transformed him, a miracle that genetic biology cannot even dream, into a miserable Jew, greedy for profit, content to apply compound interest and happy to inhabit a world that glorifies usury. Needless to say that this society, with its millions of biological and psychological Jews, is for the Hyperborean wisdom only an evil nightmare, which will be definitively swept away by the wilds here at the end of the Kali Yuga. In the Edda, the wilds here is the furious army of Wotan. According to the theologies Ulshas, the Siddhas have announced the return of the wilds here, together with those who will form the last Bahashalion of the eternal SS, at the end of the Kali Yuga. We have made manifest the fact that a law of nature originates in certain relationships that rational judgment establishes between significant aspects of phenomena. Our purpose is to make it clear that although such aspects truly belong to the phenomenon, the relationship that gave rise to the eminent law has been created by reason and can in no way be attributed to the phenomenon itself. Reason, supported by preeminent cultural premises, utilizes the world as a projective or representational model in such a way that any phenomenon expresses correspondence with an equivalent intellectual conception. In this way man makes use of rational concepts of the phenomenon that keep a weak connection with the phenomenon itself, with its truth. When carrying out reasoning and analysis on the basis of such concepts, error is added and the result cannot be other than the gradual immersion to unreality and confusion. This effect is sought by the enemy, as we have said. We will later see how the Hyperborean wisdom teaches to avoid it. In previously mentioning the Hermetic principle, we said that all the laws of the macrocosm were being reflected in equivalent laws of the microcosm. But the laws of nature of the macrocosm are but representations of a mathematical model originated in the human mind, i.e., in the microcosm, as we have analyzed. In the process that gives rise to the scientific idea of a phenomenon, elements from two principal sources concur, the mathematical principles and the preeminent cultural premises. The mathematical principles are archetypal, they come from inherited psychobiological structures. The preeminent cultural premises arise from the totality of cultural elements, learned throughout life, which act as the content of the systems of the cultural structure and to which the cultural subject turns to formulate judgments. The distinction that we have made between mathematical principles and preeminent cultural premises, as two principal sources that intervene in the mental act of formulating a law of nature, will allow us to expose one of the most effective tactics that the demiurge uses to keep the Viryas in confusion and the manner that the Siddhas try to counteract it, charismatically inducing them to discover and apply the law of the fence. That is why we have insisted so much on the analysis, because we are before one of the most important principles of the Hyperborean wisdom and, also, one of the secrets best kept by the enemy. When one knows the principle that says for the Sinaki, culture is a strategic weapon, it is usually thought that it refers to culture as something external, proper to man's conduct in society and the influence that it exerts on him. This error comes from an incorrect comprehension of the Sinaki and of the role that it plays in the plan of the terrestrial demiurge Jehovah Satan. The truth is that the Virya pretends to orient himself toward the origin and does not succeed because of the state of confusion in which he finds himself. Culture contributes to maintain him in this state as a strategic enemy weapon, but if this Ahashak came only from the exterior, i.e., from society, it would be enough to distance himself from it, to become a hermit, in order to neutralize its effects. However, it is sufficiently proven that solitude is not enough to avoid confusion, and that, on the contrary, this usually increases in the most hermetic retreat, being very probable that, by that path, reason is lost long before the origin is found. The interior cultural elements are those that confuse, divert, and accompany the Virya at all times. That is why the awakened ego must first be liberated from the obstacle that the cultural elements impose if it intends to bridge the distance that separates it from the vril. An ego stripped of every moral, of every dogma, indifferent to the deceptions of the world but open to the memory of blood, will be able to gallantly march toward the origin and no force in the universe will be capable of stopping it. It is a beautiful image, that of the man who intrepidly advances, enveloped in warlike furor, without the demons able to stop him. We will always present it, but, it will be asked, how is it possible to acquire such a degree of purity? Because the normal state of man, at this stage of the Kali Yuga, is confusion. We will now explain, in response to so sensible a question, the tactics of the loyal Siddhas to orient the Viryas and neutralize the effect of synarchic culture. In the lost Virya, the ego is subject to reason. It is the rudder that guides the course of his thoughts from which it would not deviate for anything in the world. Outside of reason are fear and madness. But reason operates from cultural elements. It has already been seen in what manner the preeminent cultural premises participate in the formulation of a law of nature. So the yoke that the enemy has tightened around the ego is formidable. One could say, in a figurative sense, that the ego is a prisoner of reason and its allies, the cultural premises, and all would comprehend the meaning of this figure. This is because a clear analogical correspondence exists between the ego, in the lost Virya, and the concept of captivity. For this reason we will next expound an allegory, in which the highlighted correspondence will become evident, which will later allow us to comprehend the secret strategy that the loyal gods practice to counteract the cultural weapon of the Sinaki. The allegory of the imprisoned ego. Let us begin presenting the allegory by fixing the Ahashenshon on a man, to whom they have taken prisoner and condemned, in an unappealable manner, to perpetual reclusion. He is unaware of this sentence, as well as of any information coming from the exterior world subsequent to his capture, for it has been decided to keep him indefinitely incommunicado. For it, he has been locked away in an inaccessible tower that is surrounded by walls, abysses, and moats, and where any attempt to escape is apparently impossible.